Good morning, dear delegates. A small request, kindly switch off your mobile or put it on silent mode. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed directors from various institutions, faculty members, industry leaders, research scholars, students, and participants joining us from across India and around the world. It is our privilege to welcome you all to the Second International Conference 2026, organized by Institute of Professional Education and Research, IPER Bhopal, in association with Barkatullah University, Bhopal. Today, we gather to deliberate upon a subject that is reshaping economies, industries, and societies at an unprecedented pace. Indian economy, gig model powered by artificial intelligence, way ahead. We stand at a defining moment in history. Artificial intelligence is transforming how businesses operate. Digital platforms are redefining how services are delivered, and the gig economy is creating entirely new opportunities for employment, entrepreneurship, innovation, and economic participation. The future workplace may no longer be defined by offices and fixed schedules, but by digital ecosystems, intelligent technologies, and global collaboration. India, with its demographic advantage, digital infrastructure, entrepreneurial spirit, and technological capabilities, is uniquely positioned to lead this transformation. This conference seeks to explore that future. Before we commence the session, allow me to briefly take you through the exciting journey that awaits us today. The day begins with the inaugural session, featuring inspiring keynote addresses and thought provoking deliberations by eminent academicians. This will be followed by an engaging industry panel discussion on the conference theme Indian Economy Gig Model Powered by Artificial Intelligence Way Ahead, where distinguished experts will share their perspectives on the future of work, innovation, and economic transformation. Post lunch, the conference will continue with technical sessions where researchers from across India and around the world will present their scholarly work, fostering meaningful academic dialogue and knowledge creation. The second international conference has received an overwhelming response, with more than 164 research papers submitted by scholars representing over 10 countries and 18 states across India. This remarkable participation truly reflects the global relevance of this year's conference theme. The conference will conclude with the valedictory session, where we shall celebrate and honor the outstanding contributions of our researchers and paper presenters. With an enriching blend of research, innovation, and industry insights, we look forward to a day of meaningful learning and collaboration. As we begin this international conference, we now proceed with the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony, a cherished tradition that symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and the illumination of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. The lighting of the lamp signifies our collective commitment to learning, innovation, collaboration, and the pursuit of excellence. May I request Dr. Amarjit Singh Khalsa sir, Group Director, IPER Group of Institutions, Bhopal, to accompany our dignitaries for the lamp lighting ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, at IPER, we believe that a lasting institution turns collective effort into collective legacy. And the purpose of institution building is not merely growth, but the creation of a culture that inspires excellence year after year. For almost 30 years, IPER has remained committed to academic excellence, industry engagement, research, and holistic development. What began as a vision in 1996 has evolved into an institution that continues to create opportunities, inspire innovation, and contribute meaningfully to management education. As we host the second international conference today, we proudly continue this legacy of knowledge and global engagement. We would now like to showcase a special video that chronicles the illustrious journey of IPER. The video you are about to see highlights the milestones, achievements, and the unwavering commitment of IPER towards fostering a learning environment that nurtures future leaders. Please direct your attention towards the screen as we present the IPER journey video.
They are crafted over decades of passion, learning, and leadership. This is the story of IPER.
May I respectfully invite Dr. Amarjeet Singh Khalsa, Group Director, IPER, to accompany our honored dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of any academic gathering is measured not only by the ideas it generates, but also by the distinguished minds that comes together to shape those ideas. Today, we are privileged to be joined by eminent academicians, researchers, and thought leaders whose contribution continue to enrich higher education, research, policy, and management practices across national and international domain. It is our distinct privilege to welcome our chief guest, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, Professor Vivek Sharma, sir. Professor Sharma is an accomplished academician, an academic administrator whose visionary leadership continues to strengthen higher education, promote research excellence, and inspire institutions' growth. We are deeply honored by his gracious presence and grateful for his support in our second international conference. May I request Dr. Khalsa sir to kindly welcome our honorable chief guest, Vivek Sharma sir, with a sapling. The theme of this conference transcends geographical boundaries. Discussions on AI, the gig economy, and future of work requires global perspective and international collaborations. We are therefore privileged to have with us two distinguished international scholars joining us virtually from their respective countries. Our first keynote speaker joins us from Canada, Professor Dwayne Weaver of Vancouver Island University, Canada. A distinguished academic leader, Professor Weaver brings extensive expertise in leadership, management education, innovation, and sustainable economic development. His insights offer valuable global perspective on organizational transformation and the future of work. Joining Professor Weaver is Professor Paul Sissons from United Kingdom. He is the Professor of Regional Economic Development and Policy at Keele University, England, and serves as the Research Director of Keele Business School. Internationally recognized for his work in labor market, workforce transformation, skills policy, and regional economic development, Professor Sissons have been significant contributing to both academia and the policy making. Joining us from different spheres of world, these eminent scholars remind us that knowledge knows no boundary. May I please request Khalsa sir to formally welcome these individuals through EDIs.
I welcome Professor Weaver and Professor Paul on behalf of each and everyone sitting here. Welcome on behalf of India.
And it is now our privilege to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Kumar Bijoy, Professor at Shaheed Sukhdev College of Business Studies, University of Delhi. May I request Khalsa sir to kindly welcome our guest of honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, behind every successful institution stands a visionary leadership that transforms aspirations into achievements and ideas into enduring legacies. It is my privilege and honor to introduce a distinguished leader whose journey has been deeply intertwined with the growth and evolution of IPER for nearly 3 decades. A man guided by the principles of vision, values, and velocity, Mr. Narendra Rawtani Chairman Chaitanya Shiksha Samiti, the parent body of IPER, has played an instrumental role in shaping the direction of Chaitanya Shiksha Samiti and the institutions under his stewardship. An esteemed alumnus of IPER himself, Mr. Ravtani Sir's association with the institution goes far beyond that of a former student. Since 1996, the very year in which IPER embarked upon its mission of creating future leaders and management professionals, he has been actively involved in the institution's journey. Over the years, he has witnessed and supported IPER's remarkable transformation from a promising management institute into one of Central India's respected centers of higher education, known for its academic excellence, industry engagement, research initiatives, and placement achievements. Under the guidance of leaders like Mr. Narendra Ravtani, IPER has continuously expanded its horizons, creating platforms that bring together academicians, researchers, policymakers, industry leaders, and students to engage in meaningful dialogue on issues of national and global significance. Today, as IPER hosts its second international conference on the theme Indian Economy, Gig Model Powered by Artificial Intelligence, Way Ahead, we continue a journey that reflects the very vision of his leadership, a vision that encourages innovation, embraces global perspectives, and prepares learners for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Narendra Ravtani, Chaitanya Shiksha Samiti Chairman, the parent body of IPER, as he delivers the welcome address and formally sets the tone for this prestigious gathering.
A very warm welcome to Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Vivek Sharma, our very own Mr. Kumar Bijoy, who has been a constant support for IPER since so many years, various dignitaries from the industry who are delivering keynote addresses here, faculty members from other institutions, including IPER across Bhopal, and the main people for whom this conference has been organized, those are the research scholars. So basically, this is what we try to choose the most relevant topics that are affecting the economy and try to deliberate upon it so that they get some food for thought for their future thesis or research projects. Now, there is a raging debate going on in the world that whether we are in the middle of a bubble, AI bubble. I can't say for sure, nobody can say for sure what's going to happen. I'm sure our guests here would be more appropriate to speak on that. But whatever all said and done, it is moving really, really fast. Nobody can understand what's going on since past 2 years. The pace is really, really rapid. What's going to happen? There are a lot of questions people are coming up with. What will happen to us? What will happen to the jobs? What about industry? What about in the countries' economies? Some countries are doing pretty well. Some are not. What's going to happen to them? So all these questions are cropping up. But whenever such questions come, we need to think, the answers probably lies more in the history than looking at the future. In the early 1900s, a gentleman called Henry Ford, he was into manufacturing of vehicles, and he came up with the assembly line. And that proved to be a game changer, not only for the motor industry, but industries as a whole. Everybody adopted to the assembly lines. And at that time also, these questions were there from the workers, from the people that, if we go for assembly lines and automation happens, what's going to happen to the economy? What's going to happen to the people? What about the jobs? But we saw what happened. the world became a better place, processes became more efficient, production ramped up to support the populations. We saw a boom of consumer products all across the world. So everything happened for the good. Now, in recent times, we have companies like Zepto, companies like Zomato, coming up with these models, gig models, where all you see is a platform and nothing else. And the kind of flexibility it offers you, not only to the customers, but to even the employees down below, to work as and when they please. Somebody wants to work in the evenings, he can do that. Somebody wants to work in the morning, late night. All that flexibility is there. And that is what gig model is basically all about. So now, since COVID, AI work was going on since quite some time, but after COVID, really it ramped up. It really pushed, a lot of investments into it, and we are seeing the fruits of that. Again, we are looking at a lot of questions in front of us, what's going to happen. But like I said, you can learn from history, and I would like to end on a reassuring note that human beings are very resilient. We adapt very fast. Every country adopts very fast. So we need to find our ways to make through this. Right now, it is a seesaw. Nobody knows what's going to happen. But at some point of time, a balance will come in. Things will happen. A clear roadmap may be coming sometime in the future. And that's the main thing for us as institutions, as academicians, as research scholars. We need to really put our minds to it and see how the people around us and our country and the world benefits from it. So thank you. I hope you have an excellent and good learning experience, something you can take away from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Respected all, as we gather to explore the future of Indian economy in the era of AI, digital transformation and evolving work ecosystem, it is only fitting that we now hear from a leader whose vision has consistently guided academic excellence, institutional growth, and industry engagement. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Amarjeet Singh Khalsa, Group Director, IPER Group of Institutions, to you all, who will be delivering the theme address for this international conference. Dear all, Dr. Khalsa is a distinguished academician, administrator, researcher, and a thought leader with extensive experience in education, finance, and management. With over 28 years of rich experience and institutional leadership, Dr. Khalsa has earned widespread recognition for his specialization in capital markets and economy. His contribution to academic governance have been both significant and far-reaching. He currently serves as Chairman Board of Studies, Faculty of Management, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, where he has played a pivotal role in curriculum development and advancement of management education. A highly regarded consultant and trainer, Dr. Khalsa has provided strategic guidance in the area of capital market, SME growth, and business development. Recognized for his visionary leadership, academic rigor, and unwavering commitment to excellence, Dr. Khalsa continues to inspire students, educators, researchers, and professionals while shaping future-ready institution and responsible management leaders. Today, he will deliver the keynote, setting the stage for a day of insightful discussions, innovative ideas, and meaningful academic exchange on the theme, Indian Economy, Gig Model, Powered by AI, Way Ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Khalsa.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, respected our guest of honor, our keynote speakers around the world, our chairman, Mr. Narendra Avtani, my colleague directors from various institutions, my faculty colleagues, and each and everyone present here, ladies and gentlemen. I have been allocated 5 minutes to speak on the theme of this particular conference. And believe me, I was in a little dilemma that 5 minutes are less to deliberate or to introduce the theme on this. But thanks to Mr. Ravtani, he has made my life easy, because my 2 minutes of talk, he has already given you the base, what is gig model and how this AI is going to, in fact, affect us or not. I'll just add on what he was saying on the gig model powered by AI, how this is going to happen. When we were deliberating this thought, I met with Dr. Vivek Sharma on the day one that we would like to hold this conference, and this is the topic. And the first acknowledgement came from him. And the greatest testimonial which we got was that if you don't do this conference on this theme, you will be wasting your time. So that is the thing when we started this, and then we deliberated for almost 2 months on this, and we came out with this particular theme. So take up from here. I'll give you one data point which will explain you how this gig model powered by AI is going to work. The world GDP around 1870 was near about 1.4 or 1.5 trillion dollars around the world. Why this 1870 is important? Because that's the benchmark year when electricity was introduced. Post-electricity introduction in the world, today our world GDP by all various means and sources is between 140 to 170 trillion dollars. So the journey is from 1.5 trillion dollars to 170 trillion dollars with the advent of electricity. And electricity is the biggest innovation in the history ever. Now, when we proceed further today and talk about another 10 years, with this new invent of AI, the GDP, world GDP is expected to be $1,000 trillion in next 1 decade, which is around 140 to 170 trillion dollars today. I am saying 5 times in next 1 decade it is going to happen with the advent of this AI. So if somebody says that AI is going to take up the employment, it can't, because when GDP grows to $1,000 trillion, it cannot be without the employment. The nature of employment might change, and the nature of employment is gig model. That's why we say that gig model powered by AI. Why it is more relevant in our country? By default, because of population. But there is one more data point which will trigger your thought and which will, give you food for thought for some time to see how it progresses. So the data point is, we all have heard about the per capita income. Now let me give you an instance of per capita consumption of data. This is the new model of visualizing the growth in any country, in any part of the country. So the per capita consumption of GDP is 35 GB per month, which is highest and which is from India. So if you are consuming 35 GB of data per month in a country, gig model powered by AI is going to kickstart your economy again, and that will be the another revolution. So that was our thought. So we thought that why not to call the experts on this and speak on this, deliberate on this, because IPER takes the responsibility to look into the future so that everyone can adapt to the changes in the learning processes in academics and industry practices. We have done many conferences earlier also. We spoke about deglobalization, it happened. We spoke about GST, the new model of growth, it happened. Last year we said India will be a growth stimulus to the world, it happened. So what we deliberate here with you all who are available here physically and online, we are giving our responsibility, we are contributing our responsibility towards the growth of the economy of our country. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Duane Weaver, who joins us virtually from Canada. Professor Weaver is a distinguished academician, entrepreneur, business leader, and mentor whose career seamlessly bridges academia and industry. Currently serving as Professor of Marketing at Vancouver Island University, Canada, he has spent more than 23 years in higher education, championing experiential learning, innovation, and industry integrated education while preparing future leaders for an increasingly dynamic global economy. His commitment to nurturing talent is reflected in his successful mentorship of student teams participating in prestigious national and international competitions, including the MBA Games in Canada and Venture Makers in Kobe, Japan, where innovation, entrepreneurship, and strategic thinking are at the forefront. Beyond academia, Professor Weaver brings over 2 decades of senior leadership and business development experience across telecommunications, artificial intelligence, manufacturing, wholesale, and retail. Having served in leadership roles including Chief Executive Officer, General Manager, International Sales Manager, and Board Director, he offers a rare combination of academic insight and real world business expertise. As the Chief Executive Officer of Two Birds, One Stone Media, he continues to work at the intersection of business strategy, marketing, digital transformation, and innovation. He has also served as Director of Marketing for the Association of Business Simulation and Experiential Learning, ABSEL, and as a certified accreditation auditor for the Accreditation Council for Business Schools and Programs, reflecting his commitment to excellence in management education. His extensive experience in artificial intelligence, innovation, entrepreneurship, and the future of work makes his insights especially relevant to today's conference theme, Indian Economy, Gig Model Powered by Artificial Intelligence, Way Ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm virtual welcome to our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dwayne Weaver, Professor of Marketing, Vancouver Island University, Canada. Professor Weaver, we are honored to have you with us. The virtual stage is yours.
One second, I'm just trying to share a screen. Well, thank you for that very kind introduction. It's a lot to hear. I'd like to acknowledge and thank Vice Chancellor Dr. Vivek Sharma, Guest of Honor Dr. Bijoy Kumar, Chairman Mr. Narendra Ratani, Group Director Dr. Amarjeet Singh Khalsa, Chairman Academic Dr. Mahesh Soni, Professor Paul Sissons of Keele University, industry founders and experts, faculty members, research scholars, and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for your presence today and the honor of sharing your time with me. As you may have heard before my academic career, I was part of both the entrepreneurial and the corporate worlds, from private, family businesses to international. I was also responsible for business development in the AI industry. And today, what I'd like to do is share with you some of those insights from those experiences as we look forward to the gig economy, AI, and the human future in India. So together today, during this conference, we consider how best to transform work and life through technology and innovation. What do we know? Well, we've already heard a lot of this already. There's a rapid gig economy growth going on, and India's gig economy is rapidly expanding. AI's role in gig work has focused on shaping task allocation, managing pricing, rewarding certain performance, and it tends to redefine work dynamics and decision-making. Human-centered AI design, on the other hand, would take a look at AI design with empathy and transparency, which is crucial to support human agency and economic mobility. Lived experience of gig workers tends to reflect human stories beyond economics. Gig work affects your identity, your dignity, and the opportunities. So what are the concerns that we see? Well, the algorithmic control in the gig work is one of our current issues. It's assigning tasks, it's determining pay, it's evaluating workers, and it's creating financial efficiencies, but it's limiting visibility and autonomy. I think from my experience that the opportunity is in transparency and contestability. So having explainable AI and feedback systems that empowers the workers to understand the decisions and contest the outcomes that come from a top-down approach. How do we do this? Well, one of the ways is a transition into more of an entrepreneurial shift in the gig economy. Workers adopting an entrepreneurial mindset, workers managing themselves as brands, and learning how to manage their own income streams, such that AI can support strategic growth versus controlling their work. An example of this is during COVID in Canada, a lot of people were choosing to work at home or work at different places around the world and still conduct their design and development. So kind of a gig economy developed where you could log on and you could bid for jobs. But what happened over time is, as more and more people do that, there was more and more competition for the same kind of work. And the vendor tended to have control over the person applying. It's kind of like going online to try and get a job where there's thousands of people applying for one posting. That's different than having connections and networks ahead of time and people knowing what value you bring to the table and seeking you out. So this concept is about empowering gig workers so that they're sought out. Human-centered AI collaboration looks at using AI as a leverage for the worker. So AI acts as a co-pilot for the worker. It augments their judgment and choices of work that they do, and it can reduce the cognitive load while preserving their worker dignity and their sense of agency. But how do we manage these issues? Some of the current challenges: irregular income streams. Well, a potential solution is enabling self-management, providing tools that allow gig workers to have financial responsibility, entrepreneurial training, and/or tools that allow them to run a business, even though they may not be business people. There's no traditional benefits. One of the concepts to look at is perhaps a group level gig worker healthcare and workplace benefits or insurance program. For example, in Canada, we have a universal healthcare system. So for those workers who were remote, if something happened, they're still taken care of. We have in this province, in Western Canada, it's called workers' compensation. We have WorkSafe BC. So this is a government-driven initiative that audits and manages work environments, and it reduces the costs for businesses to manage employee safety and health and those sorts of things by rewarding them for having a safe environment. So taking a look at ways in which that might be created to create a competitive platform for anyone who's a gig worker. Platform dependence. Right now, gig workers are driven by whatever platform or app they're on, but a gig worker could use multiple agentic AI to seek out gigs that they're looking for, rather than depend on an algorithm-driven app that's provided from the provider. We've got intense worker competition. So I'm doing whatever I can to get that next job, to get the reward, to get the incentives, and maybe doing things that aren't safe just to win. Skilled gig worker can have differentiation. They could develop a personal brand value, something unique about them, something that sets them apart and rises above the competition, provides selective gigs that leverage value. An example I have of this is in Canada. This is probably 5-6 years ago. There was a gentleman that was doing Uber driving, and he's a very friendly, open, warm kind of individual. And not everybody wants to ride with an Uber driver who's going to talk to them a lot, but for him, that's what he liked. And he designed his cab, if you will, his car, such that there was all sorts of lights. There's dingle balls hanging around. It was very colorful. It was warm. It was inviting. And he really made it a great experience. So it wasn't just getting you from A to B. It was a journey of joy. It was kind of an entertainment. And he got to the point where when people were looking for Uber drivers, they were actually seeking his name rather than just going, who's the closest by? So here's someone who's developed a personal brand value, set them apart from the competition, and they're leveraging their value where they can get bigger tips and better rides, and they can choose which ones they want to do rather than waiting for whatever's available. And the safety and burnout risk that comes from the current challenges might be mitigated by having benefit incentives for safety. So if there's cost savings that override the motivation of incentive-driven risks, a gig worker might choose a more safe model. And we'll talk about how we might do that. So how do we leverage the future? Well, as we've talked about, there are challenges in regulation. Regulatory cycles tend to lag behind rapid AI development. This risks innovation and worker protection balance. Education can act as a lever. It empowers individuals to understand, to use, and critically assess AI and foster human-centered outcomes, rather than just using AI because it's there and it gives me an opportunity and I can compete with everybody. I'm going to use AI as a way to help me make strategic choices. It also creates a skill divide in the AI era. It creates opportunities, but it widens inequality. Making sure there's access and digital literacy are crucial to the inclusion of all gig workers in the economy. And then there's the concept of human governance and facilitation. Creating adaptive frameworks that maybe have auditing of corporations or individuals, and collaboration to ensure accountability and balance innovation with safety. This could facilitate gig work empowerment. So here's a few lessons learned from Canadian professor working in AI and technology, a little bit of consumer behavior and entrepreneurial competition. AI tech experience. One of the things I remember when we were employing an AI solution for a telecommunications company is I was talking with the senior VP the night before, and I asked him, what would you say is the most exciting thing about tomorrow? And he says, oh, I'm so excited. We're going to solve all our problems. And I said, oh my goodness, if you haven't solved your problems yet, they're just going to happen faster. So I think one of the things we need to look at when we're looking at AI and technology and how it's going to drive the Indian economy is how we can mitigate problems, look back at history, and empower our gig workers so that they can be better rather than overloaded. The other thing is, when we look at consumer behavior, we see that people tend to seek the most value for the least effort. I think this translates to gig work. Less effort means you're going to be more dependent on AI. More effort means you're going to take the energy it takes to use AI as a leverage tool. The problem is human behavior is to default for least to get the most, and that creates a competitive, unsafe, perhaps, environment. So anything we can do to encourage people to take more effort to be more successful is to their benefit. Entrepreneurial competition, the more intense the competition, the more risks people will take. So this is kind of a mouthful, but it pulls together a couple of theorists' concepts together. Differentiation, helping you stand out by providing value add as a value add peak competitor. So there's a gentleman called Riley wrote a book about value added selling. And in there, he talks about three kinds of competitors: equalizers, differentiators, and value add peak competitors. A value add peak competitor doesn't worry about the competition. They focus on, how can I provide a better relationship between what I have to offer, what my strengths are, and what my customers are seeking? So I don't worry about what the competitors are doing. I worry about, how do I make it easier for those customers to work with me? So I establish a unique personal brand, like the example I gave about the gentleman in Uber. that I can leverage and allow for more selective gig work that I can choose, more stable work-life balance, not just burning the candle at both ends, but being selective about what I do. And then we have the challenge of speed of legislation versus AI innovation. I've found that legislation is much slower than innovation, and we're really seeing that with the rapid deployment of AI and how quickly it learns, and the fact that AI coders don't really know what's going on inside the neural networks. They don't know what happens in that black box. So that's going to happen even quicker. So the question is, do we regulate, do we educate, or do we facilitate? And it's probably easier to educate and facilitate than regulate, because I can empower you to deal with that rapid innovation rather than trying to catch up with it and provide policies and regulations, and then to effectively catch and police what is not appropriate. So any way that we can empower gig workers to manage their independence rather than depend on others to solve their risks, I think is our solution to the future. So bottom line, educate and facilitate versus regulate. Empower the gig worker by enabling them with tools and education and all sorts of benefits, facilitating their independence, providing a platform where healthcare and workplace benefits are actually rewarded for safety, skills to master agentic AI versus depend on apps with algorithms, skills and tools to build their own self-branding and differentiate themselves and be selective, leveraging the human with AI rather than drive the human via AI, and to reward and encourage self-regulation corporations that provide transparency and feedback within the use of the AI, and or audited reward mechanisms that you might set up to perhaps have group gig level insurance or health benefits where those companies who perform well have lower costs, and the gig workers themselves have benefits. So, any questions?
Good afternoon, Professor Weaver. I have a small question for you. When you said that it is better to educate and facilitate rather than regulate, do you see that this is going to happen?
I see it happening in some places and not others. So, for example, in Canada, I see that the Canadian government has tried to come up with an AI policy that focuses on encouraging AI, facilitating AI, rather than trying to control what's happening. Now, on the other side of the coin, I've seen a social media legislation that's tried to control social media folks. And I think when you add AI into that realm, it's hard to even know what's going on. So in my mind, the answer is to educate those that are involved, and as governing bodies or those who have authority, providing tools to facilitate their empowerment is easier to do than trying to control it with policy and regulation. Not that you shouldn't have policy and regulation, but what is the successful output, and can it keep up with the rate of innovation?
That's a great prescription you have given, sir. And I would like to thank you personally, because you're sitting there at a very odd time for all of us. From all of us from India, we are thankful to you for sparing your time in the midnight.
It is my honor, and thank you for sharing your time with me.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have one more question, sir, please.
Should I say good night or good evening or what, Professor Duane? It's thanks a lot. One thing only I say, as a professor, that it is educate, facilitate, regulate. There could be fourth option, all of the above. And regulation could also be a kind of a part of facilitation, because a lot of challenges are there, and I think a regulator can really look into it. Through their regulations, it could be, or legislation, it could be a good facilitations to them, so that whatever the stress, whatever the limitations are there, I think that can be taken care of. But anyway, thank you. Personally, great thanks to you for your odd times. and still you have this, appearance. I'm personally thankful to you on behalf of entire organizer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kumar. It's an honor to be invited by you. I always enjoy your presence and your comments. And I don't want to take up too much of Paul's time, but I just want to leave on one final note. I think that you've got some great minds here. You're leading in the gig world. Any focus you can do to help facilitate your gig workers is probably what's going to drive success. If we try to control AI, I got a fear that we will fall behind and there will be others who will just drive forward. And we can drive forward with goodness rather than chaos, but it takes some thought and focus. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. That's a great perspective that you have given. So, ladies and gentlemen, from our one guest who is staying very late in the evening to another guest who is awake even before sunrise. So, it's now my great privilege to introduce our distinguished next keynote speaker, Professor Paul Sissons, who joins us virtually from UK. Dear all, Professor Sissons is a highly respected academician, researcher, and policy experts in the field of labor markets, regional economic development, skills policy, and inclusive growth. He currently serves as Professor of Regional Economic Development and Policy at Keele University, England, and Research Director of Keele Business School, where he leads research addressing contemporary economic and workforce challenges. With an accomplished academic career spanning with Keele University, the University of Wolverhampton, Coventry University, the Work Foundation, the Institution of Employment Studies, and the University of Dundee, Professor Sissons have been significantly contributing to understanding how economies evolve, labor market transform, and public policy can promote sustainable and inclusive growth. His research encompasses regional economic development, workforce transformation, skill policy, unemployment, wage progression, health and work, and economic resilience. A prolific scholar, he has authored numerous research papers and policy reports published in leading international journals, influencing both academic scholarship and public policy. Professor Sissons has also served as editor of prestigious journal Work, Employment, and Society, further reflecting his standing within the global academic community. As nations navigate the opportunities and challenges presented by AI, digital transformation, and evolution of work, his expertise offers valuable insights that align perfectly with today's conference theme, Indian Economy, Gig Model Powered by AI, the Way Ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Paul Sissons. Sir.
Thank you. Let me just share my slides. Okay, can you see that in full screen now?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so that's the most nerve-wracking bit of any online presentation over. So thanks very much for the invitation to speak with you today. It would have been lovely to be there in person. Although we've had a mini heat wave in the UK for the last few days, so I sort of feel a bit closer to you than I might have done if it was our kind of normal summer temperatures. Thanks very much for the kind words of introduction, and it's been really interesting to hear a bit more about the Institute and to hear other contributors' sort of thoughts on this topic so far. So I'm gonna zoom out a little bit and provide a more of a kind of overview, I suppose, and a sort of international focus on the topic. So clearly, AI is economically is an area of huge potential. How much potential, you get very different estimates in terms of kind of projections of what it might mean for sort of GDP type indicators, but clearly it's going to change the economy very significantly. But also it opens up, as we've heard in our kind of earlier contributions, a range of issues around how you try and generate both the most effective, but also kind of equitable outcomes from these developments. Okay, so this is from a World Economic Forum from a couple of years ago. Just a survey of organisations asking what were the big kind of macro trends which are driving kind of transformation in their businesses. And you'll see right at the top, in fact, the top two, increased adoption of new and frontier technology. So 86% of organisations saying that was going to be one of the macro trends that really kind of drove transformation of their businesses. And this is from 2023. So I suspect if you take this forward to the present day, if you think about how quickly things have developed, even in the last kind of 18 months or so, you'd probably get even kind of higher redox of businesses. So this is kind of probably the kind of core concern that businesses have at the moment in terms of how do they effectively absorb some of these AI technologies into their businesses, and I'll talk about some of the challenges of that as we go through the presentation. Okay, so again, this is from a couple of years ago, but I think it's just worth reflecting on how quickly these technologies have developed and how quickly they've improved. And again, this only takes up to May 2023. But if we just look at the last 12 months, again, we see the kind of rapid acceleration of these technologies. So these are, this is just a sort of representation of the kind of development of large language models. You go back to 2018, 117 million parameters used to train the model. By the time we get to 2023, you've got around 100 trillion parameters which is being used to train these models. So over time, we've had this really kind of rapid acceleration, both in terms of the materials and the data which is being used to kind of inform these models, but also how kind of accurately they can perform the tasks that individuals and businesses kind of want them to. And it's been a really kind of rapid process of development, and that's raised a number of challenges. So Professor Weaver was talking about regulation. So it's really hard for regulation, for example, to keep up when technology is advancing at this kind of rate. Okay, so these are a summary of, I guess, kind of what that means in broad terms, and some of the things that we need to consider. So there's obviously concerns about the implications for AI and in the jobs market. What kind of economists typically say is new technological development, and in this case, AI doesn't replace jobs; it replaces tasks. So there will be aspects of jobs which AI can effectively automate. There might be other work tasks where it will complement the kind of human the human inputs to those tasks. But it's clear that AI is going to lead to quite significant kind of job redesign, but also changing patterns in terms of the types of occupations which are growing and those which are declining. So in contrast to sort of previous waves of automation which we've seen, which have tended to replace mostly jobs which have involved a series of kind of more routine tasks, which have been typically historically kind of more straightforward to automate. What we see is AI really starting to impact job design and potentially the job distribution in particular occupations in professional, managerial and kind of knowledge intensive occupations. So that is a change from the kind of previous ways of technology that we've seen that have kind of reworked the labour market and have been associated with various different kind of structural processes, including the arguments around the kind of hollowing out or the sort of polarisation of employment into kind of higher skilled and lower skilled kind of occupations. So productivity gains, so clearly there's massive promise from AI in terms of what it can do to productivity, in terms of access to information, support for decision making, reduction of sort of administrative burdens, but critically in terms of sort of how it plays out on the ground, it's dependent on firms' ability to effectively kind of absorb that technology, including the abilities and competencies of workforces in which to do that. And then the big concern around the what AI means for inequality and the sort of distribution of benefits from AI. And again, we've heard some very interesting comments in our previous presentation about what that might mean and actually how you might start to mitigate some of those concerns. But a broad set of concerns around kind of labour market polarisation in terms of groups of workers who kind of win from AI, groups of workers who potentially lose from AI, and the implications that has for kind of widening income disparities, as well as wealth disparities. I mean, most clearly kind of evidenced in terms of like the owners of technology versus the users of technologies. Again, this was touched on in the previous presentation, but where we've got this kind of fragmentation of employment, that has implications for things like provision of pensions. So the extent to which people are saving up for retirement and kind of costs in later life after their kind of after their time in the labour market, but also potential issues for things like health insurance or access to insurance for social care, for example, for elderly care. So there's a range of kind of issues there, both in terms of the potential benefits that AI can have, but also some of the things that we need to think about in terms of potential issues and areas for kind of mitigation. Okay, so I've put this up. So it's a really interesting book. And it comes down to this kind of key point in terms of, and this is more broad around sort of digitization, but this idea that machines, AI is and will be continually sort of gradually reworking the role of professionals and the role of kind of professional inputs. And this kind of boils down to this these two potential futures: one where you've got technology as kind of complementary to what the professions are doing, and one where technology is essentially a substitute. So I won't talk through these in detail for the sake of time, but thinking about the gig economy, that's what we've got essentially in our kind of in our first pathway to the post-professional society. So where we've got kind of experts, a network of experts kind of connected through these new kind of platform technologies, and this idea where you have a kind of workers on tap and this kind of on-demand knowledge in the online or the platform economy. And you can see this in things like online GP consultations, for example, where we already have some of this within different kind of professional fields, where you get very quick kind of availability of contact of professionals through these new sort of platform operations. So again, I won't talk through these in detail, but if we go down to the kind of bottom bullet point, is one which would have much more significant implications for the labour market, where actually you have much more kind of a much more machine generated model where machines are applying systems and rules and applying their own kind of learning and development in the absence of kind of human input. And between those two models, you've got a range of a spectrum of kind of outcomes which have kind of more or less kind of human professional input versus the balance between that and the kind of technology and the platform. Okay, so again, so I'll whiz through these, but we've focused mostly on kind of jobs, but actually AI has a range of implications that are not just related to sort of demand for particular types of roles or how they're performed. Potential for things like automation of human resource management tasks, so use of chatbots and agents and sort of on-demand information for employees. So potential benefits there in terms of firms' efficiencies. It can play a role around sort of health and well-being support, although that's kind of counterbalanced about some of the concerns that employees have about kind of displacement of work. And around employee engagement. So clearly AI can facilitate tasks, so it might improve employees' engagement, employees' experience of the workplace. But again, it's about the ability to sort of absorb that technology. So it's problematic if employees sort of struggle to adapt to those new processes. Okay, so again, very quickly, so one of the things we can think about is drawing on the sort of literature on technological diffusion in terms of how we think about this and sort of productivity effects that AI might have. But again, just to make the point, it's not just about the availability of the technology itself. It's also about the ability of firms to effectively kind of absorb that technology and to utilize that technology within their business models. So where you've got sort of low level of skills, or if you've got short critical skills, that can reduce the ability of firms to be able to effectively kind of innovate or to absorb those technologies. Okay, so these are some policy implications that have come from some of the OECD's recent work on AI and the labour market, and they're all kind of sensible but need quite a lot of sort of fleshing out in terms of detail. So from a kind of growth perspective around investment in that digital infrastructure, around support for innovation and entrepreneurship to enable individuals to capitalise on some of these technological changes. Skilling programs in terms of the ability of firms to effectively kind of absorb some of these technologies and utilise them, but also reskilling programs for workers whose jobs or the tasks which form a significant component of their jobs are impacted by AI and technological change. And again, there we've got this question about setting out the framework for AI governance and regulation, which again, as we've kind of touched on, is really tricky in a period where the technology is developing so rapidly. So thank you very much for your time and listening, and I will stop sharing there. Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to introduce our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Kumar Bijoy, a renowned academician, researcher, mentor, and thought leader whose contributions to finance education, entrepreneurship, public policy, and institutional development have earned him widespread recognition. Professor Kumar Bijoy currently serves as professor and head of the Department of Financial Studies at Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, University of Delhi, and is also the Chief Executive Officer and Director of the Institute, Innovation and Incubation Foundation, where he actively promotes innovation, entrepreneurship, and startup development. With an illustrious professional journey spanning more than 36 years, Professor Bijoy has successfully combined academic excellence with industry expertise, policy engagement, and international exposure. Beyond academia, he has served for over 26 years as an international trainer for infrastructure development projects, working closely with several ministries of the Government of India, contributing to capacity building and policy implementation. Professor Bijoy has also been associated with the Government of Japan supported initiative, nurturing a global entrepreneurship mindset startup collaboration, promoting entrepreneurship and innovation among young leaders. His scholarly contributions have been widely published in reputed national and international journals. A key contributor to national education policy implementation, Professor Bijoy has served as convener of the Curriculum Development Committee and has contributed to curriculum initiatives of the University Grants Commission, helping shape management education for a rapidly evolving global economy. His rich experience across academia, finance, entrepreneurship, and public policy makes him exceptionally well suited to address the theme of today's conference: Indian economy, gig model powered by artificial intelligence, way ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Kumar Bijoy.
Good afternoon to one and all, those on dais, off dais, and our very, very close and friend, Professor Duen, as well as Professor Paul. Thanks, IPER, especially Khalsa sir, Narendra ji, for giving me this opportunity to address this August gathering, the people, the scholars who are sitting here. I had this great opportunity to meet Professor Vice Chancellor Vivek Sharma ji. That's again, thank you, sir, giving me this opportunity. The topic is really two important dimensions of revolution in the modern era. One side, the way people are choosing the work, and second side, the way work is going to be redefined. One is gig, another is AI. That's the two important component. Now question is, on the subject, related to subject, the entire house is very much expert. Large number of scholars are sitting here who must have done their deep learning and paper preparation ready to present. So nothing to have to say about gig. And even after those scholars who have already said. But I am going to have some brief, my own personal feeling, not from head, from heart, what exactly it is and how it is going to be. Long back, I'm talking about 3 decades back, when India had started its globalization journey under early 90s. And I was witnessing one of the interview of big business tycoon from India, Ratan Tata ji. And what was the question that now how you look this opening of Indian economy? And his sweet answer was, we have already seen the Britishers' Raj. We had seen First and Second World War. We have seen independence of India and followed by a lot of if and buts, ups and downs. So we will see this also. Exactly same here. I am trying to understand that when we talk about gig, we talk about AI, this will also go. Khalsa Sahab started with very, base data and had projected in a very big way. And I feel it's a very happy feeling, figures turning into trillion to quadrillion, that kind of a global economy it is going to be. But mega question is, when everyone, every report, every researcher, every finder says that AI is going to create more job than taking away the job. Question is how to really know. So my addressal is more related to what is going to be there in the future, how you are going to make it in the future, and what kind of safety is really required. And generally, very high platform, people keep on saying, even it might be possible another 5 to 10 years of time, the job which is going to rule might not be right now existing. So if this is the case, then how to prepare for it? What kind of learning is required? Even Professor Duen was talking about education. So I'm taking that education, how it is to be. Are we really looking into course curriculum, or we are looking into skill development? That's very important is. So if we shift our focus from simple learning to skill development and output to outcome, we will be winner. We will get aligned. Whatever it is going to come, let it to be there. I am skilled and my aptitude is there to really align with it. The moment you are aligned with it, problem is not there. Second important aspect is what are those skills really required? Again, skill are many. Are we going to talk about those hard skill, soft skill, or mental adaptation? What kind of things we are looking into this? So gig is there. I had opportunity to interact many gig workers, and especially for last 2 3 years I had been interacting. This is by nature also trying to understand this new way of thinking, especially the young one. When they say, sir, I will not be able to do a job of 10 to 5, it is not fitting to my mind. So now question is, what is wrong with it? No, sir, I can't, get any boss here. Boss will say, come at this time, and especially in a biometric age, where you are ultimately whatever you have, read, whatever your qualification, ultimately you have to show your thumb imprints. So we call in Hindi angutha chhap banata hai. Now question is, in that environment, it will not be possible to have it. Even for a 1 day leave, you have to request your boss. So these are the certain things which are really inviting, encouraging, and attracting this gig environment or platform environment. That's what one very important aspect. No doubt, the kind of projections which is there, it is because of these attractions. I'll tell you, there was a time when students who were preparing for competitive examinations or doing graduations, post graduations, they were actually a kind of cost centers in the terms of finance. Right now, good number of them are the revenue centers, not the cost centers. They are preparing, but they are freelancing also. And they don't require to connect anyone because this platform is giving them opportunity sitting at home. And with the skills, they have got it. So one side they are preparing, they are doing. Sometimes they come to us as a teacher, sir, internal test is there, class attendance is there, but I have to go to meet the client. Now client is also there. A first year student in the graduation talks like this. A third year student says, sir, my client is the priority. Exam is, we can appear afterward also. Why? Because more than million they are earning per annum being a student. That kind of environment this gig has given. So undoubtedly, the point of attraction is too much. It is going to be there. But the second, this is why I said this is very, very attractive. The people are choosing their job. But what job is choosing? How way of work is going to be changed. And that's what the second junction is there called AI. AI is there. Now, first, of course, we all know it's artificial intelligence. Now, only two questions is there. Is it really the AI as a way of work, or it is by of way of work? It is only way of work, or it is augmented way of work? And that is the point where we are looking into it, that will it be substituting or will it be augmenting Wherever substitution is there, the nature of job, it is going to get substituted. The way Professor Paul was really mentioning that the second wave is going to have so-called high-end professionals, the way Anthropics and others are really coming, that even coding is not required now. It is going to be there on their own. Now, question is, in this environment, what exactly we are going to do? How we are going to make it possible? What will be surviving? We talk about a lot of this, cab services, delivery services, all these services. And we all know another side, drone is going to take, automated car is going to take, entire this technology is going to substitute it. So change is going to be there. Now change is the only constant, which has been again very old proverb. But the question is now what we have to be alert enough is, what is the momentum of change? How quick it is going to be there? And the momentum makes thrill, but it also kills. So are we going to be in the thrill side or on the kill side? We have to decide. So only three messages I want to give it. First thing, especially to the researchers, scholars, and the students, that what you should focus on. Three important dimensions. First, use your energy very effectively with empathy, with emotion, proper engagement. Look into that. So if your energy is engaged ethically with empathy, then in that case, you will find out you will be always a survivor. Not only you will be a change leader, you will look into that change. Second, it should be always human-centric. Technology will keep on supplementing. You have to look upon. Ultimately, whatever it is there, entire technology is going to be facilitations, but ultimately true research is required. Whatever these facilities are going to have, whether it is your food is delivered, but food has to be produced. That is what required. Science has to work, then only it will be made. Medicine search will be there, but medicine has to be, or vaccine has to be discovered. It can't be possible that you will, without discovery, whatever your search engine will be able to give you information. Yes, that discovery, that research will get facilitated through a lot of data, which was time consuming in nature. So research, you have to take great advantage of it. Second important is, keep on asking question to yourself that whatever the research you are going to have it, whatever the study you are going to make it, who is going to get benefit out of it? How it is going to contribute not only for one another research published and recorded, is it going to make a difference in the humankind? Is it going to take any kind of a different route, different branch, different exercise? If it is yes, then certainly those research is meaningful. And third important point, first identify yourself that what exactly your skill is, what exactly you are liking. If you are liking in a particular way, don't go with a haphazard way. Right now, there is a study which is talking about researchers' output. Even we in university interviews, we keep on looking that for compliances, you all know that everywhere compliance is required in teaching environment, and 10 papers has to be there, and find out 10 papers in 10 direction. We can't identify even after 15 years or 20 years of teaching of a person that what is his strength area. Research is not speaking. He will talk a lot about himself, but ultimately he is not focused into what exactly he is going to do it. So make sure that when you are focusing, when you are making research, select your topic very effectively, look into that, how this is going to work. So this gig is going to expand, and the second level which is there, professionals are going to come in big way, because overall environment, if you analyze, you'll find out there has been, especially to India, there has been a good job by government. Government is a very good employer, undoubtedly, without any second thought. If you talk about as an employer, no one could be competing as an employer like government. Second one is, of course, the corporate environment, which is we normally called as privately owned. Third one is that freelancer. Freelancing is there. And fourth one is the ultimately it's this called gig economy, platform work, is coming. Now freelancer and platform working is now overlapping to each other. But now question is, whatever challenges which we are looking, like I was trying to put as a regulator's point of view, somehow you all know eSRAM and all those platform has got created. Indian government is also concerned it. And I had got an academic expert opportunity to work in close association with the government. And what we are looking into, can it be possible like a process reengineering, BPR, we look something good, whatever as an employer has got into the government employment, can taken from there, the work culture, the productivity taken from corporate side, and whatever the good is there in the freelancing, all three come together to this gig environment. Ultimately, gig environment is a more transformative, mega productive, and then only it will be possible, like within 20 years of time, the way we want to be in the front league, we can achieve that target. Whatever the extrapolation which has been there related to quadrillion dollar of economy, that could be possible. So it will be possible only when we can take best of that, create a facilitation of that nature, and ultimately use AI highly in augmented way. That's what really required, and we have to work together, and that is what the new generation is to be there. Last message to that, I have a very simple is that there is only two innings has to be normally considered and counted. One is the student life. Normally we consider 1 to 25 years of age, followed by another 35 to 40 years of age of the work life. But understand, because of the better lifestyle, now there is a third inning also beyond 60 or 65. And that life is also another 20-25 years of inning. You all don't feel that it is meant only for young one. It is meant for only young generation. Even those who are at 65, being heading an entrepreneur system, I am inviting now. I have a very good friend who are into defense senior positions. They don't require any initial capital funding. They have a bootstrapping exercise, and I say start working into it. And gig platform is giving you a great opportunity. Your expertise is really required. So new dimension is also coming into this way, and that's the way we are going to transform. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as we now move towards the presidential address of this international conference, it is my distinct privilege and honor to introduce our esteemed chief guest and the presiding dignitary of today's inaugural session, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, Professor Vivek Sharma, sir. With over 36 plus years of distinguished service in higher education, Dr. Sharma, sir, is an accomplished academician, administrator, and management educator whose leadership has significantly contributed to academic excellence, institutional development, and the advancement of management education in India. Sir is currently serving as Vice Chancellor, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, while also holding the responsibilities of Dean, Faculty of Management, BU, and Professor and Dean of Chakravarti Rajagopali Institute of Management, CRIM. A respected scholar in the fields of commerce and management, Professor Sharma's research on financial analysis of major public enterprises of Madhya Pradesh has enriched academic and policy discourse. His scholarly contribution includes more than 52 research publications in reputed national and international journals. Beyond teaching and research, Sir has played a pivotal role in strengthening academic systems, promoting research and innovation, and mentoring generations of students. His visionary leadership and commitment to quality education has earned him immense respect among academicians, researchers, policymakers, and students. As we deliberate on the conference theme, Indian Economy Gig Model Powered by AI Way Ahead, we are privileged to have a leader whose experience, vision, and academic insight will undoubtedly reach today's deliberation to a new heights. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge welcome to our chief guest of the day, Professor Vivek Sharma, sir.
श्री नरेंद्र रावतानी जी, चेयरमैन चैतन्य शिक्षा समिति, डॉक्टर अमरजीत सिंह खालसा जी, group director of this institute, distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Weaver from Vancouver, Iceland University, and Professor Paul from Kelly University, guest of honor, Professor Vijay Kumar from Delhi University, industry leaders, directors of different institutes, academicians, researchers, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It is a matter of great pleasure to be present at the second international conference organized by IPER group of institutions on the theme Indian economy, gig model powered by artificial intelligence way ahead. At the outset, I congratulate the entire IPER family for organizing a conference on a subject that is both timely and transformative. IPER has consistently contributed to the quality education, industry engagement, innovation, and rich research-driven learning, and this conference is another reflection of that commitment. Friends, we are living in an era where technology is reshaping every aspect of life. Artificial intelligence is transforming the way we work, learn, innovate, and do business. At the same time, the gig economy is creating new opportunities for employment and economic participation. Together, these two forces are defining the future of work. The question before us is not whether AI will impact jobs. The real question is whether we can equip our youth with skills, adaptability, and mindset needed to thrive in this changing world. This is precisely where the vision of National Education Policy 2020 becomes highly relevant. NEP emphasizes multidisciplinary education, skill development, critical thinking, and innovation. Its vision is not merely to create degree holders, but to create skilled, innovative, and responsible citizens. India is uniquely positioned to lead this transformation. We have one of the world's youngest population. If we successfully align education, technology, and industry, India can emerge as a global leader in the AI-driven economy. I am especially pleased to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Weaver and Professor Paul, whose international perspective will enrich today's deliberation. I also extend my warm greetings to our guest of honor, Professor Kumar Bijoy from Delhi University. I am particularly happy that this conference brings together distinguished academicians, researchers, industry leaders, and students. Such dialogue is essential because of the future will be shaped through strong collaboration between academia, industry, and policymakers. I once again congratulate IPER group of institutions, Chaitanya Shiksha Samiti, and all the organizers for this excellent initiative. I would like to leave you with a simple thought. The future will not belong to those who merely use technology. It will belong to those who use technology to create value for society. With these words, I extend my best wishes for the success of this conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Dear all, as research, innovation, and the dissemination of knowledge form the cornerstone of academic excellence, institutions that contribute to scholarly inquiry not only create knowledge, but also inspire meaningful dialogue that influences industry, policy, and society. In keeping with this commitment to academic rigor and research excellence, IPER has consistently encouraged faculty members, researchers, scholars, and practitioners to contribute towards advancing management thought and contemporary business disclosure. It is now our privilege to witness a significant milestone, the unveiling of the latest edition of IPER Business Review, the flagship research journal of IPER Group of Institutions. May I please request Khalsa sir to felicitate the entire proceedings.
This is IPER.
Thank you so much, sir. And huge congratulations to the editorial board, contributors, reviewers, and all those associated with this publication.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of this memorable inaugural session, it is our privilege to express our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guests whose presence, insights, and contributions have enriched this international conference. As a token of our appreciation and respect, we shall now felicitate our esteemed dignitaries. Firstly, may I request Dr. Amarjit Singh Khalsa sir, Group Director, IPER Group of Institutions, to present a special memento to our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Vivek Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, in recognition of his gracious presence and inspiring leadership in higher education. We would also like to express our sincere gratitude to our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dwayne Weaver, Vancouver Island University, Canada, for joining us virtually and sharing his valuable international perspective on innovation, leadership, and the future of business and technology. Sir, while distance prevents us from presenting the memento in person today, we are pleased to convey our appreciation and extend a special token of recognition on behalf of the IPER family. Thank you, sir. Our sincere thanks also go to Professor Paul Sissons, Keele University, United Kingdom, whose insightful contribution has added immense value to our discussions on labor markets, economic development, skills policy, and inclusive growth. Though joining us virtually, Professor Sissons has greatly enriched this conference through his expertise and global perspective. We are honored to present a special token of appreciation on behalf of IPER Group of Institutions. Thank you, sir. Finally, may I request Dr. Amarjit Singh Khalsa sir, Group Director, IPER Group of Institutions, to present a special memento to our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Kumar Bijoy, Professor and Head, Department of Financial Studies, Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, University of Delhi. Professor Bijoy's insightful address and continued contribution to academia, innovation, entrepreneurship, and finance education have greatly enriched this conference. Thank you, sir. On behalf of the entire IPER family, we once again extend our sincere gratitude to all our distinguished guests for their valuable presence, thought-provoking insights, and unwavering support. Thank you for making this conference truly memorable.
As we arrive at the concluding segment of this inaugural session, it is time to acknowledge the collective efforts, invaluable contribution, and gracious presence of all those who have made this international conference a meaningful and memorable occasion. The success of any academic gathering is built upon the support, guidance, and collaboration of numerous individuals and institutions who come together in the pursuit of knowledge, innovation, and excellence. To formally express our gratitude, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Mahesh Soni, Conference Chairman and Chairman MBA Program IPER, to deliver the vote of thanks. So please.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Your gracious presence and your time which you have spent over years. So nice of you, sir. Thank you very much. We know that you are very busy, but still you are with us. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence. Sir, ये आपकी modesty आप ऐसा बोल रहे हैं. My sincere thanks goes to our two gentlemen who have joined us virtually, Professor Paul and Professor Duane. I know it's hot time, but still you are with us. So nice of you. Thank you very much for your presence. Your guidance will always give us lights. My sincere thanks to Narendra Avtani, sir, Chairman Chakandi Shiksha Samiti, who is always a light for us, always with us, wherever, whenever we require. And Kumar Vijay, sir, always and always with us. Whenever we ask him to support on any ways, he always say, yes, I'm ready. Our distinguished guests from various institutions, directors, those who have joined us virtually on LinkedIn and YouTube Live, thank you very much for joining us. Guests from the industries, faculties, and the researchers. Above all, I just wish to thank one entity who has actually envisaged this thing over here. His name is Dr. Amarjit Singh Khalsa, sir. Actually, he is the Vision Factory, and when he talked about gig economy, lots of us were actually in a zero sort of state where we said what we are going to do in gig economy, and then he started explaining about everything, and what all we have seen today is basically his dream and vision. Thank you very much, sir, the way you have visioned this thing. One more thing, I just want to extend my thanks to the person whose name is Mitendra Kumar, Mitesh Kumar. Mitesh ji, आप थोड़ा जरा खड़ा हो जाएंगे. This person has actually packaged this entire event, which is physically and virtually, flawlessly. And when I met with this fellow first time, I could not even have confidence in me that, oh, you can do it. I asked him twice, and then this is what is right in front of us. And great job done, sir. Great job done. And above all, my faculty team members, all the members who have been with us, untiring efforts, and this is what the result is. So we are basically heading towards the end of first session, and there is a disclaimer that
just with the permission of the chair,
yeah.
एक बात मैं आप सब लोगों को और बताऊं, हमें सर को भी थैंक्स करना पड़ेगा. AI की मदद से ये इन्होंने ही डिजाइन किया. बरकतुल्लाह यूनिवर्सिटी. Yes.
Thank you, sir. So, नहीं सर, वो उस पर मैं आ रहा हूँ सर, वहीं पहुँच रहा हूँ सर. And my greatest thanks to our patronage, under whom we are actually operating, whose guidelines, whose policies always guide us. That is Barkatullah University. And we are always thankful to them. Whenever we approach them for any sort of innovation, any sort of thing, they always said, yes, we are with you. So we are proud to have such a patronage in the form of Barkatullah University. And since sir is heading this, we are again patronage for this. And last but not the least, I just want to add one thing to this AI. And while I was sitting over here, I thought that it should be pronounced as accessible intelligence. Intelligence which is accessible to everyone. We have got a consultant with us 24 by 7, 365 days. Such an intelligent consultant, if we ask them everything, they will answer everything, provided how we take it. So instead of calling it artificial intelligence, my version says is accessible intelligence. It is accessible to us all, and how we take it, it's up to us. So my sincere thanks to everyone, to all those who have created artificial intelligence, to the gig economy, to everyone. And that's all from my side. We are going to have very insightful sessions in coming time. We have industry experts with us. So the next session would be on the panel discussion on actual gig economy, gig working, and how AI is going to help us into this. And then the next session would be on the technical presentation. So thank you all for your gracious presence over here. We'll be meeting again after the break. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. May I humbly request our dignitaries on the stage and the audience to please rise for the national anthem. On behalf of IPER Group of Institutions, we sincerely thank all our distinguished guests. Can we have, please, group photographs? Please, if you can come. Thank you, sir. So, we have a short break of 20 minutes. Please, you can take the break. And after 20 minutes, we'll be again joining over here itself for the panel discussion. So for breakfast, you can please move ahead, all the dignitaries.
चलो ये अंदर ले जाओ, ये अंदर ले जाओ, नहीं वो तो रखी रहना, उसको यहाँ रख दो, एक साथ ले जाओ, हल्का सा ताकि दोनों हटा दो, तुम देखो ये वो पहुंचाने वाले नहीं उठला बाटी चार उठला वहां से हाँ
It's Hyundai Aura. Anyone owner over here? MP04YC5190. Welcome, Pramod sir. I hope you can hear us.
Yes, hi.
Hi. You're absolutely audible, sir, and visible too. Thank you, sir. We're starting in the next 5 to 10 minutes, sir.
Sure.
Excuse me, everyone. I'm repeating the numbers of two vehicles. It's MP04YC5190, and the another one is MP04CQ9537. Any owner of these two vehicles? CQ9537 and YC5190.
Hello.
Welcome back, everyone. Throughout today's inaugural session, we have explored the evolving relationship between AI, economic development, workforce transformation, entrepreneurship, and the future of work from academic, policy, and global perspectives. However, the true impact of these transformations can only be understood when viewed through the lens of industry leaders who are actively building organizations, driving innovations, creating impact opportunities, and navigating technological disruption on a daily basis. It is now time for one of the most anticipated segments of today's conference, the industry panel discussion, centered around the conference theme, Indian Economy, Gig Model Powered by AI, Way Ahead. To commence the panel discussion, I now have the honor of inviting our esteemed moderator and distinguished personality to kindly grace the dais. May I please request Khalsa sir to kindly escort our respected guest on the stage. Please.
Test.
Dear all, allow me to introduce and welcome all the dignitaries who are at the dais. Joining us, first of all, live from Kolkata, we have the privilege of our distinguished panelist, Chief Operating Officer, 2Comms Group, Mr. Pramod Pachisia. Dear all, Mr. Pachisia is an accomplished business leader with extensive experience in the workforce solution, operational excellence, and organizational transformation. As the CEO of 2Comms Group, he leads service delivery and operational strategy across one of India's largest workforce solution organization, serving more than 600 clients annually. Over the years, he has played a pivotal role in building and scaling workforce solutions across recruitment, general staffing, IT staffing, gig workforce management, international recruitment, and apprenticeship programs, helping organizations adapt to the rapid evolving work for this generation. An advocate of technology-driven workforce, Mr. Pachisia focuses on leveraging AI, operational excellence, and innovative workforce strategy to create sustainable employment opportunities while enabling businesses to build agile and future-ready talent ecosystem. He also serves as the member of the executive board of Indian Staffing Federation, that is ISF, and is associated with the International Chamber of Business and Industry, that is ICBI, contributing to the industry dialogue on employment, workforce mobility, and future of work. His rich experience in workforce management, gig employment, and AI-enabled talent solution makes him perspective especially valuable in today's discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to the CEO of 2Coms Group, Mr. Pramod Pachisia. May I request Dr. Ashish Dhruv, sir, co-convener of conference, to kindly welcome Mr. Pachisia, sir.
Welcome, Pramod sir. We are eagerly waiting for your words of wisdom. Have a nice day.
Thank you for having me here, sir. Thanks a ton.
Thank you, sir. Our next panelist. It is my absolute privilege to welcome our distinguished panelist, CEO and Managing Director, Algorix, Mr. Rohit Verma. Mr. Verma is a visionary entrepreneur, AI strategist, author, and business leader with over 25 years of experience spanning in technology, digital transformation, media, telecommunications, and AI. An alumnus of Delhi University, where he graduated as university topper in anthropology. He further enhanced his leadership and strategic experience through the executive program at IIM Ahmedabad. He also serves as board member of TIIB Dubai and is a member of AI Task Force at IIT Roorkee, contributing to the advancements of AI and innovation. Throughout his distinguished career, Mr. Verma has led leadership positions with renowned organizations including Lolintas, Bharti Airtel, Times Internet, and VServe, before funding Talk AI, which is successfully scaled into a multi-million-dollar AI enterprise. Today, as CEO and Managing Director of Algorix, he is leading cutting-edge initiatives in AI and extended reality across India, Dubai, and Saudi Arabia, positioning India as a global hub for AI-driven innovation. A passionate advocate of technology-enabled learning, Mr. Verma is also the author of the recently launched book, AI for Education, and the creator of innovative AI platforms that are transforming the way technology empowers education and human potential. His rich experience in AI, entrepreneurship, innovation, and digital transformation makes his perspective extremely valuable to our today's discussion. May I request Dr. Mahesh Soni, sir, Chairman MBA Program, to kindly welcome Mr. Rohit Verma, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to our next panelist. Co-founder and Chief Revenue Officer of V360.ai, Mr. Swapnil Tripathi, sir, is here with us. Mr. Tripathi is a technology entrepreneur and business leader with over 2 decades of experience in enterprise sales, business development, and AI. He has held key leadership positions with renowned organizations like Reliance Industries and Tata Group before embarking on his entrepreneurial journey. Prior to co-founding V360.ai, he has successfully built and scaled an AI-empowered edtech startup that was later acquired by investors. Today, he is driving the growth of V360.ai, an AI-powered workforce analytics and employee productivity platform headquartered in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. He is helping organizations make data-driven decisions and enhance workforce performance. Under his leadership, V360.ai has expanded its footprints to more than 10,000 clients across 21 countries, and he has earned global recognition as one of the leading workforce productivity and employee analytics platform with accolades from G2 and Forbes. His extensive experience in AI, workforce analytics, and digital transformation makes his insights extremely valuable to our today's discussion on Indian economy, gig model powered by AI, way ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to Mr. Swapnil Tripathi, sir. And may I please request Dr. Harish Sudhir Kulkarni, sir, Head MBA Program, to kindly welcome Mr. Swapnil Tripathi with a sapling. Thank you, sir. And it is my privilege to welcome our final panelist, Senior Director, Human Resources from Zepto, Mr. Jahangir Sheikh. Mr. Sheikh is an accomplished human resource leader with over 21 years of rich experience across talent acquisition, talent management, learning and development, employee engagement, organizational development, and HR strategy. Throughout his illustrious career, he has been associated with some of India's leading organizations, including Pantaloon Retail, Tata Teleservices, Videocon Telecom, Bharti Infratel, Ecom Express, CMS Infosystems, and Upgrad, before taking his current leadership role in Zepto. As Senior Director HR, he leads the Human Resource Business Partner function for multiple strategic business units, overseeing the complete employee life cycle for a workforce of more than 25,000 employees across 50 plus cities in India, while leading a high-performing HR team driving people excellence at scale. Mr. Sheikh holds a PG diploma in business management from IIMM and is currently pursuing his doctoral research as well. His extensive experience in building agile, technology-driven, and people-centric organization makes his insight very valuable to our today's discussion. May I please request Dr. Harsh Sharma, sir, Chairman, Career Center, IPER, to please welcome Jahangir Sheikh, sir.
Thank you so much. Honor to have it from you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. A meaningful panel discussion is shaped not only by the distinguished panelist, but by a moderator also who can bring together diverse perspectives into a thoughtful and engaging dialogue. It is my privilege to introduce the moderator for this session, our Group Director, IPER Group of Institutions, Dr. Amarjeet Singh Khalsa. They are all with nearly 3 decades of experience in academic, leadership, research, consulting, and industry engagement. Dr. Khalsa has consistently worked towards bridging the gap between academia and industry. His expertise in economics, finance, management, entrepreneurship, and public policy, combined with his rich experience as an academic leader, researcher, keynote speaker, and mentor, makes him exceptionally well for this moderation today. As a driving force behind numerous academic research and industry initiatives at IPER, Dr. Khalsa has been instrumental in fostering collaborations between academia, industry, and policymakers. As the visionary behind this conference, Dr. Khalsa has played a pivotal role in bringing together distinguished academicians, policymakers, and industry leaders on a common platform to deliberate on issues of national and global significance. We look forward to an engaging and meaningful discussion where our distinguished panelists will share their perspective while Khalsa sir guides the conversation as moderator on our theme, Indian Economy, Gig Model Powered by AI, Way Ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to our moderator and the entire panelist. Sir, this session.
So, I hope you all are aware of the topic today. Since morning we all are deliberating on this, and till now we all are little clear about what's happening in the global economy as well as Indian economy. In the morning I was telling you that if in next 10 years, if we see the world GDP to be around $1,000 trillion, that can only happen with the advent of and acceptability of AI and gig workforce. We all are aware that now the nature of employment is changing. The nature of employment is not the full-time employment, rather it's the gig work. We all are aware that gig word is derived from, it comes from music actually. Gig is something when you go for a one-time concert somewhere, so musicians say that I have a gig performance today. So that's how gig was originated, and we call it as gig workforce. Fortunately, Indian government has also identified this, and in 2020, we have, as Government of India has accepted gig workforce, and they are coming out with different labor codes also for the gig work. There is a misconception that gig is something related to delivery boys. No, it's not gig. It is one of the gig. Gig is something where you are not in full-time employment, but you are doing something for someone. There is no employer-employee relationship, but there is a contract and agent relationship. So when we were deliberating on this, that this is going to happen in coming times in the world, particularly in India. So we thought that why not to discuss this with academicians. So we called certain keynote speakers from academia in the morning, and then they set the tone about this. But we knew that until and unless we don't hear it from the horse's mouth, that is the industry, we'll not be able to take out the right observation what is going to happen in this. So then the challenge was to create such a panel. So what we did, there is a company who is giving gig workers. There is a company who is preparing gig workers. There is a company who is using gig workers. And there is a company who is telling the whole fraternity how this academic structure has to be aligned. This is our panel today. And Mr. Pramod, your promise is that next time you will be here personally, but somehow you have taken time. That's the great thing, because you are the leader of providing gig workforce company in India, and we are fortunate to have you. So before I move further to all my friends, let me first ask you, you are representing a company which is supplying the gig workers, okay? You are a kind of aggregator where people who wish to work as gig worker, you give a platform to them. And the people who wish to hire the gig workers, you give a platform to them, and you do a lot of other staffing activities also. So you are deep penetrated into the hiring processes going on in India. So sir, your thoughts first to enlighten us what we are thinking about gig workforce. Is it's a dream, it's a truth, or it's a hype?
Thank you, sir. And thank you for having me here and being kind enough to accept that I could be joining virtually. I was crisscrossing multiple cities yesterday, otherwise I would have surely landed up there. I think reality for sure, it is not a myth today. The gig industry is, just to give you a background, there are about 154 million workforce across the globe, which are called platform workers. And I think, and you rightly said, gig is a very confused term when it comes to, because delivery boys, mobility drivers sort of take large portion, and that's a very large pool, and that makes India move, or the global move today, not taking anything away. But the gig industry is much beyond one skill or two skills. Today, in my view, the gig industry has historically originated and remained in India. How different is an independent contributor who was earlier selling an insurance agent, who is not working for who's not an employee of LIC Corporation, but working as a freelance workforce, and his or her revenue income comes from sales that they make and an outcome-oriented activity, which was typically to sell insurance agents, and all of us bought insurance agents all our life from agents there. That's also an independent contributor. So while gig is confused with just last mile riders, low hanging fruit activities, or let's say only blue collar, but the connotation of gig is very, very large in areas. And if you look at this perspective, the insurance agent industry is one of the largest gig work model. Of course, they're associated with the platform. And in this case, the platform is maybe not digital in nature, but a physical platform, which is an LIC or insurance agency. And of course, now IRDA governs that as well. So that industry has various ways of looking at it, right? But of course, the platform environment, digitalization sort of opens the door in many areas at this point of time. Things that will surprise some of us is that, and I'm sure this, the panelists here can also add, and the audience is today's world understands digital very well. On the platforms today, and the platforms like Upworks, and of course our platform also in India. There are platforms like Fiverr, where you'll find skills of all varieties today, and you will be surprised on the kind of skills that will require. Gig and AI is a beautiful combination further. Of course, when you look at AI, the first thing which comes to our mind is that AI is going to eat away jobs. And then that's a big question mark. People don't know what the future jobs are for sure. And as I always feel that when there is technology innovation, there is a little bit of unrest for sure, but eventually a way forward comes out. Humanity survives, and humanity always comes back and finds a path for itself. And we will so do here as well. Everything might not be very clear as to what it will be today, but it doesn't mean that we're going to move ahead. So I think that's one point. Whenever AI is spoken, it's spoken. But what does AI bring on table? And how does it increase the gig economy is my thought at this point of time. With the advent of AI, it's very clear that we will not need to do every task which we are currently performing at this point of time. If you look at all our day-to-day activities, and I'm going as micro to, let's say, how homework at house, how we are sort of managing a house, or when we sit in corporate boardrooms, every task is something that an AI will sort of touch and bring impact on, which would mean that various tasks which are probably generalized functions will sort of not be, or repetitive in nature, which will sort of continue to get enabled, automated, and that's obvious, and that's happening while I speak to you, which would mean that the specialization and niche skills, super niche skills, is what will end up becoming a very, very important area. And when I say niche, does not mean unique always, but activity of being able to make sure that the automated process works more brilliantly well is where the tasks are, which is what I call, or the industry calls, micro tasks. So there would be advent of micro tasks, which is already happening actually, which is already enabling specialized people to be able to come back and make sure that they can contribute to that economy. About 6 months back, I was working on a project where we needed, and this was a platform, a music platform, which was wanting to come back and create autonomous music, which is custom built for you and me, and create basically a copyright for themselves for being able to create music. So things like you want to hear and you want to build using the similar genre that you want is what it should build on its own. And obviously, it was a platform which AI wants to sort of, they build it on the platform which is AI, and AI sort of builds that music platform. We needed almost about 500 to 600 people who would have to come back and listen to various kinds of music, understand genres, and be able to come back and tag them as what genres it is. That's and great. Also give them a versioning of how the music is and what kind of music it is, and basically give their inputs, which would mean that at the end of the day, once the data becomes a strong part of the platform, it would create a method where you and I can listen to music, understand what music we like, build our music around it ourselves, and then come back and probably gift it to a friend of ours that this is music I built for you. And that an average individual can do. This is one of the finest, of course there are many outcomes, but I could see that this one touches every individual on the ground, because music is something that is common for all.
Mr. Pramod, you are rightly said, and you have given me few initial examples which answers my first query from you, that gig is real. It is not an illusion. It is going to happen. Rather, with time, it is going to shape up more beautifully. And you rightly said that now we are more digitally aware. And in the morning, I was giving everyone here a data that India is the highest per capita consumer of the data. That is 35 GB per month. It is the highest in the world. So that shows that, digitization is, part of AI, and that's how we are familiar with that. I'll come back to you, Mr. Pramod, more on this. But we have the one of the largest employer of gig workers with us today. Mr. Jahangir from Zepto. Yes. So I think you are supplying, he is getting manpower from you, so they are the users. So I think now we can collaborate and understand things much better. Sure. So Mr. Jahangir, I would like to hear few thoughts from you. what is the position in the market? Are you able to get the required number of gig workers? Are people aware what kind of gig workforce is there? Are they ready to accept the new norms?
Yes.
What's happening in the market, in the field? Please.
Sure. Thank you, first of all, for giving me this opportunity. And yeah, we are one of the biggest employers in terms of hiring gig people. And answering to your first question, that are we getting sufficient number of people? The answer is no.
So, Mr.
Right.
Pramod, there is
Okay.
a client for you.
And the simplest reason for that is, I think, the awareness part, the understanding of gig is something which is still missing in a lot of, there is still a misconception in a lot of people's mind that gig is all about delivering a particular product, or it's being a part-time kind of a role. That's not the reality. That's not the gig which is all about, right? We are close to almost 70,000 plus people which are currently working with us as a gig model, right? And they are basically last mile partners.
70,000.
70,000.
It's a big number, because in India at the moment we have 77 lakh gig workers. And
Yes.
out of that, 70,000 are working with you. That's a big number.
Correct. And our ask is more, in fact. We want to touch maybe close to 1.5 lakh kind of a number, right? But since, as I said, that the supply is not there, reason people are not aware about what exactly the gig model is all about. And as the literacy part, when I say the understanding of gig model plus the benefits of gig model, that is something which is currently missing this point of time. And if you look at the last 2-3 years, in fact, and the way government has came into this entire, recently we have this new labor code.
Yes.
And if I gave reference to that particular labor code, new labor wage bill, there is a specific mentioning of gig model, specific mention of gig workers, and government is very much careful about that. We need to cover up this entire workforce
And that we added in our promos also.
Exactly.
Where our Honorable Prime Minister was telling
Yes.
in the Parliament that
Correct.
gig workforce is the reality.
Is
We
the
have to
reality,
create
and
code.
yes, and we need to look into them, especially when it comes to their social security, when it comes to their taking care of their insurance and taking care of the other benefits, which unfortunately is not there at this point of time. So first is the availability, second is understanding of the gig model, and third is, if we are going to give them a platform, or if we are going to give them an environment wherein people will be more than happy to take up these roles which are more of gig in nature, I think the problem would be solved. And as a theme said, the combination of AI plus gig is an ultimate combination. It's a killer combination, let me tell you.
And that Mr. Pramod also seconded that he was saying that AI and gig go side by side.
Yes. AI is definitely going to help us a lot. Companies like us, companies like my co-panelists which are sitting here, this is something which is going to be a game changer, especially for a country like us, where we have almost this point of time, it's around 12 million kind of a number, 12 million kind of a gig workers which are currently operating. That's a number which I got from the Niti Aayog website,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And the kind of contribution, and this number will go from a 12 million to almost 27 lakh kind of a number in next 3 years down the line, 3 to 4 years down the line. So huge
2030
scope.
exact number is 2.35
2.35 crore,
gig
exactly,
workers.
exactly.
That's
So
it.
next 4 years, it's going to be huge options, huge opportunities for people who wanted to get into this gig model, because gone are the days when people used to question you that, okay, you can't do a moonlighting, or you can't do work in 2-3 organizations at one point of time.
Yes.
It was a taboo in IT industries. But if you look at the current scenario, if you look at the current set of things, people prefer getting into gig kind of a work model. That I am fine in terms of, let me decide my working hours. I want to work for 3 hours in this organization.
Yes.
My next 3 hours in this organization, and evening time is my time, family time. Let me spend my time with my family and all that. So this is a beautiful model which gives a human being an option to decide his working hours. Like, I don't want to work on a Sunday, I don't want to work on a national holiday. It's my choice.
Yes.
So there is no harm. I am a big fan of gig. If you ask me any point of time, I would love to have team members in my own HR team who are actually working under gig model for 3-4 years, maybe as a consultant or on a project basis. And because the kind of insights they give, the kind of experience they give, especially working from different organizations, different industries, the perspective is completely different. So it's a value addition for me as a leader, that, okay, I have set of people who are coming from different diverse backgrounds, and they're ready to take up this project. Okay, people might ask that ownership might not be there, right? That ownership towards the organization might not be there. But end of the day, how does it matter?
Yes.
If the work is getting done,
That's it.
right?
That's it.
As simple as that. So that's my say on gig.
That's great, Mr. Jahangir. I think you have given a choice to our young generation also, that this is tomorrow.
Yes.
This is not today.
Yes.
But tomorrow, this is the reality, that you will have multiple people for whom you are working without any employer.
Exactly.
And that's the new model of employment which we are going to see in next few years.
Correct.
So I know that once we hire people, then people like Mr. Swapnil, who is the leader in this industry since long, I think Zapto has hired people. Gig for you have supplied the manpower. How to manage that manpower comes to Mr. Swapnil now. Okay, so that's how our panel is formulated.
Yeah.
So now, Mr. Swapnil, I would like to ask from you, when you give solutions to increase the employee productivity to the companies, are you thinking of these new models that when people are working in the gig format? So are you developing new models for them, or you are fitting into your present models, or you don't see any kind of need at this juncture? Please, sir.
So, as far as our clientele is concerned, we are more in terms of what industry is looking for. So we customize our offering as per the industry requirement. So we have clients where the employees are working from home. We have clients where the employees are working from office. We have clients who have a lot of gig workers working for them, and they want to know. So this is what we call as, hourly billing kind of work.
Yeah.
So let's say, for instance, if I want to, give somebody hourly billing work, and I want to know that for that hour which that employee is actually working or not. So that there our software comes into picture. So what happens is, and one more perspective I would like to bring. So how I look at, how the gig economy is going to behave in a longer run. One very interesting aspect I would say is, we human like things which are a bit imperfect. Let me explain you what I'm trying to say. Just few days back, I tried to make a, clone of myself, and I circulated among my friends, and showing them, see, I have created a clone and it is talking like me, it is looking like me, and I would have got n number of rewards. यार इतना perfect नहीं, तुम्हारे जैसा नहीं दिख रहा है. So what I have learned from there is that सबसे बड़ा जो काम आने वाला है, when people say, because now it's almost 8-9 years since I am in AI, so I was fortunate enough, I was very early entrant into this particular industry.
Yeah.
So one very big work which is going to come to gig workers is to create these imperfections which AI is going to make.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is big, I am telling you. That, for example, मेरे को एक चीज बताइए, I'm sure a lot of ladies out there are there. You go to a sari shop, which is more costly, hand woven or built by a machine.
Hand
woven, right? This is what is going to happen in future. AI will make production so easy, so much, so huge, then we'll start searching for those imperfections.
Yes.
And that is what is going to increase a huge amount of, gig work.
Yeah.
So it could be video bana diya AI ne, very nice video. Now there'll be a gig worker who will create some imperfection to make it look more real. So this is going to, that, AI is going to huge. And one last thing I add here, that another aspect, jo bolte na ki AI will take away the job. I have other way of, looking at. One, I said that perfection. Second is hyper personalization.
Yeah.
We are almost 800 billion people in this earth. Imagine everybody has their own needs, own requirements.
Correct.
So these hyper personalizations demand, once it becomes little viable in terms of cost, this is going to increase huge demand for gig workers as well as employment.
Right.
So we are seeing ourselves that, AI is not going to, as sir, I was listening to him, he said that, in the beginning, it is going to change the nature of work.
Yes.
Right.
But it is going to increase the employment many folds, because people will look for these imperfections. People will look for these hyper personalizations.
Yes.
You're right. Mr. Pramod, you were not there in the morning. We were discussing this, that, the largest invention in mankind history was, the advent of electricity. Fine. But after that, now we see that AI is the next, big thing which is happening. and which will, leap bound the GDP growth in the country. So now we have heard the company who is supplying gig workers, we have heard the company who is hiring the gig workers, and we have heard the company who is managing the employees when they are hired by a company. Now I come to the greater part of it. Those who are preparing those gig workers or the skilled manpower. I have with me Mr. Rohit, and he is the leader in which, he prepares the manpower in such a way that they are fit to the new skills which are required in the market. Because we are a B school, Rohit sir, and we also deal with preparing the manpower for the industry. And this conference is meant for this actually, how we change, design, redesign our curriculums and pedagogy so that we are ready to give the trained manpower to the industry, to Mr. Pramod, to Mr. Jahangir and to Mr. Swapnil. But what we should do as an academic institution and what industry should do as an enterprise to hire people who are not that trained to the new skills. And you are working on both fronts. You are working on preparing people, you are working on preparing enterprises. What's your take on that, Rohit sir?
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Yes. All right, so मैं इस क्वेश्चन को थोड़ा सा just taking 2 steps back, और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप लोग रिलेट कर पाए इन चीज़ों से. सो बहुत ही फाउंडेशनल लेवल पे हम लोगों को ये समझना चाहिए कि व्हाट इज बिजनेस, है ना. सो लेट्स से देयर आर students graduating out of this and then researchers, etc. All of them want some form of employment or probably have desires to become an entrepreneur. In दोनों cases में the definition of business doesn't change.
Yes.
Okay. The business is the revenue, cost and the profit.
Correct.
Okay. इस frame of reference को अपने दिमाग में आप अगर रखते हैं and then you look at the world around you, you would be able to answer a lot of questions. Because the career or the entrepreneurship is only successful when the skills that you're going to bring to on the table, there is someone in the society who is ready to pay for it.
Okay.
अगर वो पे नहीं करता, then that entrepreneurship and the job, that skills that you're acquiring will make no sense.
Right.
Okay. So I think what we need to do, even before AI, before gig, we need to understand the fundamentals of business. And in this context, what kind of companies are originating which are, going to be the employers of tomorrow? Let's say Zepto is one such, right? Zepto की एक profile है, उसमें if you go into, they have very specific needs. I mean, I understand probably 10% of it, but if I go dig deep into how Zepto model is working, probably I'll get to understand what kind of employment do they prefer. Okay. In this context, it is not about what humans want to do. It's about what the business wants the humans to perform in terms of skill sets or the type of employment, which is full-time or gig worker. Having said that, going forward, and let's say 2 years, 3 years down the line, and the whole thing has started already, and since you talked about pedagogy and curriculum, etc., my sense is the AI is going to make engineering, lot less memory rote based curriculum, because that curriculum was good for a industrial setup, where the assembly line approach was there. Nail यहीं पे लगना है ना, door यहीं लगना है. So that whole industrialization process really defined how the curriculum was built. But आज की डेट में there is no gatekeeper for knowledge, right?
Right.
I mean, AI can tell you just in knowledge जो एक नया concept आ रहा है, जैसे पहले होता था just in supply. So now you have just in knowledge. Now in the just in knowledge scenario, whatever you want to learn would be applicable within a very short period of time. So suppose I'm let's say I'm someone who is designing software or something around, a domain. Now, if I were to start working on that, what I want to consume is last probably 24 hours, 48 hours, 1 month of knowledge. Like Earth, which rotates and revolves, this whole knowledge is now rotating and revolving at that speed. So my sense is that in 2 to 3 years, the course like MBA would also be 50% engineering.
Oh, that's great. That's something new we are hearing first time. That's great.
Yeah. Because if you want to, so I said there are some fundamentals of how you look at business. Okay, keep that in mind. Then you come to the fundamental of why a company would hire you, because they are the employer, so they will have some say in the kind and all of that. And then you need to figure out what skill sets you need. Okay, tomorrow's skill sets is more about one, I said, the engineering and MBA combined. Okay, not in real sense. Of course, it will have its boundaries. Plus domain knowledge. Now, students have to have greater domain knowledge. Greater point. So, say for instance, I am interested in, and you'll have to decide that early on. Just pehle I used to, think about some of our surnames, talk about what my generations have done, right? Wo shayad will come back, because that domain knowledge is very important now. Suppose I want to get into airline industry or healthcare industry or let's say retail industry. It is not going to be sufficient to have surface knowledge. It is very important that you are deep inside, you understand the vertical of domain, and then you build the engineering and the MBA capability to be able to manage a business problem.
No, that's right, Mr. Rohit. I got your point, and I think what the point you have raised and the indication which you have given is a challenge to all our academic institutions.
Yes.
Because the one takeaway from your this initial thought is just in knowledge. Now, this is something unique. We heard something about just in time, but now it's so fast changing that now we have to think about just in knowledge. Yes. That's the point which you have given is worth noting. But before I go to the second segment of our discussion, I want a yes or no answer from you, just a small yes or no answer from you individually, and then we will proceed further. So till now, whatever we have discussed, my straight question is gig worker with AI is a reality, yes or no, Mr. Pramod?
100% yes.
Mr. Jahangir?
200% yes.
Oh, Mr. Swapnil?
Yes.
Mr. Rohit?
For me, I mean, they're unrelated.
Unrelated. So still that's no or yes?
Yes, but yes. Unrelated.
That's important. So this conference has made one policy decision for sure, which we can recommend now, that gig workforce and AI should be the path in future. So one policy takeaway from this conference is coming out clearly. Do you all agree to that?
Yes.
Okay. So now let me enter into the second part of this, which will be more, technical now. Pramod sir, I want your suggestions on this. How to educate this new nature of employment to our young generation and to our enterprise, so that the adaptability of this new format of employment is accepted by the enterprise, they use it, and the people who want to work they also accept this reality and develop themselves accordingly. What's your take on that, sir?
So I think, of course, at least in India, I can safely say that one major roadblock for being able to accept was the governance mechanism, which I think the government has done a fantastic job. I'm not saying that the law is perfect. There's always scope for improvement. But once you have a governance layer, the acceptability in industry as well as individual comes in way. Of course, every law and act has its own lacunas and over a period of time improves. And there are amendments to the same. But I think that one good work which has happened is to come back and realize and accept it, because there's always a confusion about whether gig is legal, whether it is possible, can I become a gig worker, what is a platform worker, how do I get my, what is my ability to get some health benefits, etc. I think those are at least getting answered, if not completely, but at least, getting more ratified. So I think acceptability comes when you have acceptance or an ecosystem accepting it. So I would say that the ecosystem acceptance is now sort of coming in.
Okay.
Post November, we are flooded with various different industries which never use gig workers coming and talking to us as to how we can adapt to the same.
That's
we all
because,
have heard
because Mr. Pramod, that was the point where I was looking for. Because if this is coming from you, this is real. Because if enterprises have started asking you about gig workers, supplying them, I think that enterprise acceptability is much faster than the people who wish to work. Am I right, sir?
It's always like that. I think enterprises always have a problem statement which is there, but there are stumbling blocks and roadblocks. And I think enterprises have really started accepting it. Of course, there are gaps of how to overcome it and obstacles, but which are gradually, getting down. In my mind, the Gen Z does not have so much of an acceptance problem, because I think they are still able to come back and be able to understand and adapt faster than the other. In my mind, the problem is the current middle-aged group, which will have time to accept that gig is the nature and very, very important. So the new pool of workforce that is coming in, far more is going to be easier for them to accept. Gigs are something that they understand, they're happy, they're very open.
Yes.
In fact, they want a lot of freedom and flexibility. The middle-aged group, and I would say, I have a dividend. We have a demographic dividend when it comes to workforce, but we have also a complexity of aging population. With healthcare better, their retirement is not going to be as early as possible.
I'll stop you here, Mr. Pramod, and I will add one interesting part. Our guest of honor, Professor Bijoy Kumar, in the morning inaugural session was telling us, everyone, all of this, that now we have 3 innings.
Yeah.
First inning is 1 to 25, second inning is 25 to 60, and another inning is 60 to 95. And we all should be prepared for that. And I hope you are also saying the same thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So the pool of people that I feel will have acceptance issues and adaptability and convincing is the one which is between the second and the third pool that you said.
Yes.
And that is the bigger challenge that we as a country have, of course, because with an aging population and the large population, we have the largest young population, but we also have the largest aging population also. So it comes with dynamics. So I think that's one challenge, which is what the country as a whole have to do. And I think those are, but that's where the rich experience is also. And that is the experience which can come to the advantage of gig as well. And that's going to be, of course, a challenge that we overcome as a country together. But definitely the young workforce loves to adapt gigs is what I've seen. We have almost, 85,000 people registered.
Yes.
Out of that, about 40,000 of people who are in the first year, second year, third year, and fourth year, or maybe doing masters. That's a very large pool. And these are people from all kinds of colleges that we have on our platform.
Yes.
So I think that question is answered for sure.
I understand. Mr. Swapnil, what Mr. Pramod was saying just now, so he took a version that enterprise is now willing, and I'm not coining this question to Mr. Jahangir because he has already said that they want more.
Yeah.
What's your personal observation? Is enterprise open for gig employment mindset, or still they want a long-term employee-employer relationship? Because you are meeting a lot of enterprises and supplying the software solutions to them.
So here there are 2 perspectives. One, startups or a smaller enterprises, we can call SMEs, and one the larger players. So what we have seen is that, you know, the smaller enterprises or startups, for them it is a win-win proposition actually, having a gig worker. So let's say, for instance, I am starting a startup and I have a very limited budgets, right? I cannot afford somebody with, let's say, 10 years of experience to do a particular task, because I have to pay the entire month's salary. So what I am observing, and this is a very natural trend, that startups are very smartly utilizing the gig workers. And it is a win-win proposition for both the parties. SMEs, again the same thing. There is a cost arbitrage there also, that, you know, how much of, you know, money we want to put in fixed kind of salaries and how much we can put it in the enterprise. When we get into the larger enterprises, until unless the business model is something like, you know, Zepto or something, where it is inward.
And that's what Mr. Rohit was saying, that, you know, ultimately it's the requirement of the business which will define.
Exactly. So, larger enterprises I am yet to see, because now we have, I think the biggest client we have given close to 20,000 licenses to them. So they are full-time employees and they do not have. So this is the you know, bifurcation I am seeing.
Okay, so what Mr. Rohit, what Swapnil sir is saying, that you know, acceptability of gig workers is also depending on the scale of enterprise. Rather, startups are using it more, SMEs are using it more, but large scale enterprises are still hesitant to do so. Do you see that they will also eventually agree to this, or they will find us something new?
I think so. Isme, what is going to happen is that, see, with the AI coming in, you know, the margins will be under pressure, especially for a country like India. So, which is more services model, lot of things that usually we employ people for, since we want to kind of, so those kind of business models, AI will have lot more impact. Having said that, the employers will look for, you know, to save their margin, they will look for ecosystem jahan pe, you know, gig workers are there.
Okay.
Okay, so even going forward, larger enterprises will become frugal enterprises.
Okay, what's that?
Meaning that they will have shorter business models.
Okay.
Let's say I build a service or a software. Today with AI, the barrier to entry has dramatically decreased.
Okay.
Okay. So unless, so let's just give me 1 minute on this. So look at this from this frame. The software as a service, which was our pride for last 20-25 years, is under threat. Okay. What as a entrepreneur or a student, we should be looking at, how do we build the distribution business? Okay. What is Zepto today is a valuable company because it has built the distribution business. It reaches the end buyer. Okay. So if a large percentage of our employers are in the first segment, they will build businesses which have a shorter life cycle. Okay. Even the startups or SMEs, they have shorter life cycles, and therefore margins are always under pressure, and which will lead to the gig economy, promoting gig economy, employing more from this sector. AI will become an infrastructure, like you mentioned in the morning, that AI will become infrastructure, just like electricity, it will become an infrastructure. I don't think after a few years we'll be saying, AI use kar rahe ho ya nahi. It's a part of this life. We don't say auditorium mein light hai ya nahi. We say that it's given.
It's there.
So AI is given. The model will depend on the kind of businesses which will grow in the future. And my sense is that even large enterprises will have shorter business cycles, and therefore gig economy will prosper more.
Okay.
This will also be added from the point of view that now Gen Z has more mental frame to explore more. Creativity ज़्यादा होगी, है ना? AI will take up rest of the things, creativity, empathy, all those soft skill based businesses, and of course there are other areas. But I think with this I'll.
So I got your idea what you are saying, Mr. Rohit. But before proceeding further, a small, quick, very small answer from Mr. Swapnil, because Rohit sir has coined one important aspect, which is SaaS, software as a service. There's a lot of debate on SaaS going on. I don't want a detailed answer, but a small answer. Is SaaS in trouble, or it will adapt AI and move forward?
SaaS is in big trouble.
SaaS. Okay, so I'll not go into detail in more, because that's not the idea today. And Pramod sir is laughing there because he know that the hiring, how hiring is going to be that in that particular sector. Coming back to our topic, Mr. Jahangir, what problems you are facing when you induct the gig workers? When I say problem, I'm talking about the training issues. I'm talking about the cultural belongingness to the organization issues, which you indirectly coined that ownership is an issue there.
Yeah.
And what type of steps you are taking to overcome these problems, so that we can all understand what's the gap which has to be filled in by the academia there.
Correct. So I think it's a beautiful question you've asked, sir. In fact, as I said, that we hire a good number of people month on month, right? The biggest challenge is what we face is in terms of the culture fitment, right? So when I say culture, people have a different definition of culture. But for us, someone who is ready to take up the role, what we are looking forward for, someone who is available as per my requirement. So for example, I just give you example. So we have different time slots for a delivery boy. So since customer is available 24/7, so we need people who are available 24/7. So if I expect a delivery boy to be available from 12 in the night till 6 in the morning, right? I will find very less number of takers for this particular kind of a slot, and that's a trouble. That's the biggest challenge what we face, that getting people to work in odd number of timings. In fact, from 12 to 6, or let's say in peak summer season from afternoon 2 to 4 kind of a time slot, especially in north, and where we have a huge temperature weather issues and all that.
And see, we have never thought of this issue.
Yeah,
see,
so
we have thought that gig workers are there and they're working, but this is the peculiar problem which you are telling.
It's a challenge.
We have not thought of weather.
It's a challenge, and once first, and I think the second thing which adds up to our problem is the digital literacy part. What all of us are saying, currently facing. In fact, people know how to operate WhatsApp, people know how to operate Instagram and all, Facebook and all that, but when it comes to operating an app, the app which we have built in house, for our people, delivery riders and all that, there is always a challenge, right? And this challenge starts from the day one when we want to onboard them, because they have to onboard their Aadhaar card,
and
or let's
that
say
is
a PAN
after
card.
35 per capita GB consumption.
Exactly.
I think that's majorly going in Reels.
In Reels. Okay, thanks for highlighting that, because that 35 GB of data is actually almost 80% of that data is being consumed on watching Reels and all that.
So
right?
Data consumption is important, but more important is how it is consumed.
How it is consumed, right? So
we will ask our students to improve on that.
Sure. Yeah. So digital literacy is something what we expect a person to have, whenever you want to get into a gig kind of a model, that, okay, this is what I'm supposed to do. This is what the company expect me to be available in those, working hours. And third is accepting the role, right? That, okay, I know that belongingness will never be there, because it's at the end of the day, it's more of a 2-3 hours or 4 hours kind of a thing. But those 3 hours is that what you was talking about, that they help us in terms of giving us those insights that this guy is actually working or not working. Yeah, that's a bigger challenge for us.
That's not surveillance, that is actual requirement.
Actual requirement, right?
What Swapnil's product is there, it's the requirement.
It's a requirement. It's a need of the hour for companies like us, because for us 3 hours that person is logged into our app, but is he delivering at right time the kind of promise we are making to our customer? That's a challenge for us. Though we have different mechanisms to track GPS and all that, but still, people know the way, how can you fool the system, right? There are ways to do that.
So I'll add on something here, Mr. Jahangir, and Mr. Pramod will help me out in this. Is this drone?
Yeah, drone delivery.
Drone delivery and drone technology is going to be a threat to the gig model of delivery business?
Sure. I think this is a model that I think Amazon led almost 10, 12 years back.
Yeah.
And extensively spoken about. It's got its challenges. But like we've got the labor wage code, which has given us clarity on gig, we're waiting for the airway, the aerospace laws also are ultimately there are challenges with respect to that we need to look at it. In India specifically, if you ask me, we have challenges with wires, which is a big problem because you can't take it.
Yes.
But if you ask me, the last mile portion may not be in trouble as of today, but at least the middle layer in between, which of course, Jahangir sir is here, he will talk about it. That challenge is already getting solved in to many extent. In fact, last week I met a drone tech company ourselves because we do last mile deliveries ourselves as well. And we met them and we looked at their technology. So it's not that we are not, even aggregators have started looking at it because there are problems that we have which is not easily solvable at this point of time. Last mile surely may take a lot more time, but the rural is healthcare and agri already have drones supplying near the last mile. So there is to some extent, yes, there's a possibility. And when I look at, since we're speaking about technology and last mile, we must talk about not just drone, but look at robots also coming onto the street.
So hold on, Mr. Pramod, because that's my last segment on which I'm going to enter now, because you have already touched that. Now, see, we are entering into now cognitive AI.
Cognitive AI, yes.
That's going to happen, and that's the reality.
Yeah.
Nobody can stop that, because in the first phase of our panel discussion, I have taken yes of every one of you that AI is there and it's going to remain. So next 1 decade or so, we assume that we will be adopting the cognitive AI.
Yes.
Now, if cognitive AI is a reality, don't you see that it's a major threat? First you go, Pramod sir, then I'll come on everyone, because you are supplying the workforce.
Yeah, so people say that cognitive AI is a little away, 2 years, 3 years, but there are recent trends of discussions that we talk about cognitive AI already inside the systems of various schools. And of course, cognitive AI is much more scary when we look at it from outside. But I think the true extent, so we've used this word, I don't think we've ever as a globe used the word hallucination so much that we've used in the last 2 years. So the AI hallucination word has been something, and we've sort of, some people would have forgotten the dictionary about it, but now we know hallucination. With cognitive intelligence, the word hallucination will go out of the window, is where I see it. And that's the true sense. So today, when we all use AI, we talk about hallucination and etc. When you look at cognitive AI, the ability to get context by AI itself will become extremely strong. And I think that's surely something that's going to be embedded. Is it scary? To all of us, it might look, but I think it's as scary as AI is. But every technology only improves over a period of time the lifestyle for an individual. I think that it will play out for sure, and some context will come for sure. So that's my take on this.
Swapnil, Mr. Swapnil, you are the right person to speak more about on this, on cognitive AI. Kya hoga? What's going to happen? If it is scary, tell us.
There are two aspects of it. First of all, there is so much of hue and cry, and I think it is real. Is the power consumptions behind the running AI, any mod, whether it is artificial intelligence in normal soft side of things or cognitive.
Okay.
The biggest problem which I foresee is right now an individual. We are almost 800 billion, and the kind of power consumption which we are doing on a day-to-day basis, and there are government is talking too much on Vizag data centers. And
very interesting point you have raised, Mr. Swapnil. I started today with electricity just because of this reason, because somehow this will come into picture, that electricity and water is how we are going to manage if we wish to go to the cognitive AI.
Correct. And another, so I have I got very excited with there is a robot available in Amazon. So I was a bit frustrated at my place with all the maid thing and all, and my wife nagging every time. So I brought that robot to test how it is working. And just I assume that, at this point of time, I use that for a month and I checked my electricity bill. Okay.
What is the result? That's more interesting.
So that's why I'm explaining so much. Okay. Now we are talking about electric cars. We are already, forget about the gadgets which we use. So the biggest challenge, and I would like to quote one thing here, and this is how I look at cognitive AI. If any of you have seen Iron Man, the movie, the first part where he's building that entire thing, Jarvis and all, and he's in a cave. 10% or 15% of his intelligence he used in building that mechanics of it, cognitive part. And rest, 90% of the intelligence he used in building that power shell.
Yes.
Which will run that
right.
whole thing.
That's right.
So, to answer to the question, China has kind of, they are, dancing and all the moves you can think of. So, that way they are kind of it. But the real challenge is going to be the energy. That is how I look at it.
That's the biggest challenge. That's the biggest challenge. I think we are entering into the last segment of our panel discussion, but there are 2 or 3 important points. Mr. Rohit, I would like to start from you. We are an academic institution. IPER has identified the need of AI, and this year onwards, we have included AI into our course outline and course teachings. We have adapted a system, you all will be appreciating this, that earlier we used to prepare the activities which stops the person to use AI, and we would like to check whether he or she is copying from AI or not. Now we have done a flipped of it. Now we have identified the activities in which he or she has to build something on AI and tell us, so that they are aware of it. What advice you would like to give to the academic institutions further to cope up with the coming challenges in gig economy powered by AI? Your take, sir.
So, I think there's never a single thing or single answer for such a
It's a big question I have asked,
such a weighted question.
But I'm happy that you have given weight to this question. That means that our thinking process is right.
Is right.
Yeah.
So, at a macro level, the improvement that we want to bring to pedagogy and the way we and the curriculum, etc. पहले internship पे हमारा 20% focus था.
Yes.
है ना, 80% was on the
classroom teaching.
Classroom teaching. I think that needs to reverse over a period of time.
Flip.
Yeah. Okay, and the reason for
I think this answer requires an applause. I think that's the way education should form in the future. Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Right. So it needs to flip and it needs to be done over a
staggered way.
In a staggered way, so that it doesn't change suddenly. And with that, you need to have domain, experts built.
Which you are emphasizing since beginning today.
Since beginning, yeah. So, for instance, if I'm learning, let's say finance or human resources, so I'll have a very top layer general understanding of the subject. Then I'll go into a domain. Okay, and I could go into maybe 2 domains or 3 domains, depending on how the student feels about it and where he sees his future. So that's what I would recommend.
I got your point.
You'd flip this and then move into domain specific and give student 2 to 3 options to do that.
So, Mr. Pramod, before I ask you the answer for this same question, just to satisfy or quench my thirst for this particular question, I'm not asking you the actual figure. I'm just asking you the percentage so that I can get a fair idea what is happening in the industry. Out of your total revenue, what revenue you are locking, what percentage of revenue you are locking through gig workforce, making gig workforce employable? That gives a fair idea to us what's happening, because you are the largest workforce solution company. Yeah.
I think I would like to flip this question to what kind of growth I am seeing in my business verticals.
That will work for us.
So we've seen over a 200% growth in my gig revenue business this year versus all my other businesses growing at 25 to 35% on an average. So I think that is a good perspective because gig growth is where the next boom is happening.
So my question makes sense to you now, that what suggestions you would like to give to our academic institutions to prepare our future managers now?
Yeah, I mean, this suggestion of mine for me, with limited exposure to academic, of course, we run a skilling company, but I personally have always believed in practical learning. And today it becomes even more important because theory continues to be very easily available. Just knowledge is always available. I think adapting that knowledge and ensuring that you can put it to use is something that we need to. Our curriculum has improved over a period of time, but I think we still have miles to go. I would see that we should have a more dynamic nature of being able to improve the curriculum. Today, I see the curriculum getting redone once in 3 years, 4 years. But I think the speed at which we need to build on our curriculum and adapt is more micro, 3 months to 6 months.
So what Mr. Rohit was saying, just in knowledge. So that has to be that fast. Yeah.
So today, when you join a curriculum of 4 years, I think the number of and just to pick up the AI, the model changes every 4 months, changing almost a couple of years of learning curve. What we do, we take time. But a simple 3.6 to 3.8 changes a lot of dynamics to actual usage on the ground for a individual. So if we do not adapt to that, and if our academic infrastructure does not allow us to, as individuals, we will have to adapt. I think that's my 2 cents to the academic institution to try and build the practicality and the adaptability, and most important to individuals that go beyond the academia layout, because there may be problems to change the layout instantly, but you can surely take leap ahead. Knowledge is available today in abundance available. And I think you need to just learn how to put it to use. So that's my 2 cents.
Great thought, sir. Great thought. Mr. Jahangir, what's your take on that? Because your domain is HR. So I want a very, very specific answer.
I was eagerly waiting for my turn, actually, in fact, to answer this question, because I think I'll go back to the basics first, right? I think that this information, this knowledge about AI and all that has to start from your school days itself. Let's not wait for somebody getting into a graduation or a post-graduation. I think the basic fundamentals has to start from schooling, right? That's the first thing, that let's have a curriculum. What Pramod was also talking about, that if we are going to follow the same rule of revising the curriculum once in 4 years, 5 years, it's not going to help, especially this generation. So it has to be something which is more dynamic as per the need. If there is a need to change the curriculum, let's do it. As simple as that. So starting from school education, then you are into graduation, or then you are into post-graduation, masters and all that. There has to be continuous learning continuous talking about this particular concept of AI, art, and everything, in fact, which is related to technology and all that. Right? That's my first say. Second is, I think, as a country, or my suggestion to the academics especially, that let's create a kind of a infrastructure wherein students are happy to take up these roles, these subjects, right? Because if you show them that, okay, if you take this particular course or your specialization into AI and all that, and there are opportunities available for you after you complete this particular course or a diploma or anything, they'll be more keen to take up these roles, right? The bigger challenge which we see this point of time is that there are number of courses available, but there are very few students who are interested to take up those courses. I'll give you a very simple example of 3-4 years down the line, something like a course of a food processing, right? It's some course which was not very well, not much of students were very much interested to take up those courses, something like a food processing kind of a thing. But you look at the current need, there are a good number of companies who are actually hiring people who are food scientists, who have done their diploma or graduation in food processing and all that. So the whole point is that build that infrastructure, that governance, wherein students are ready to take up these courses, these roles, in fact, and there are opportunities available, right? That's what my say is that empower students. The knowledge has to come from their school days itself to the graduation, then to masters, and provide them opportunities that they'll be more happy or keen to take up these courses or these roles. In fact, that's my say as a HR.
That's a great answer, sir. Swapnil sir.
So I think I have a very good analogy to that. that comes from our mythology Ramayana. That now I think the teachers have to get into the role of Shabri.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good
Yes.
answer.
हल्का सा taste करना है, because there
जरूरी
is
है.
a overload of information.
Correct.
Great thought.
Yeah.
Great thought.
And what teacher can do is teacher can be a facilitator. So I know better than this new student who is coming to me. So first I will consume so much of information, so much of knowledge, and then guide them that okay, pick up these 2-3 things which is going to help you. So the teacher's role has to move from being a professor to facilitator.
Right.
How this particular thing I think during my interview also I told you that today as a role of chief revenue officer, every day I interview one AI product. So when my marketing team, my sales team, my customer success team comes to me, sir, yaar, ye wala workflow mein I am facing the problem, I immediately tell them, go and look at this product.
Right.
So if teacher is consuming, and obviously you will remain more relevant, you will remain more informed. So I think that is what has to be done, कि हमको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कंज्यूम करना है और अपने स्टूडेंट को बताना है कि भाई ये 10 मैंने वीडियो देखे हैं या 10 टॉपिक का मैंने नॉलेज गेन किया है, ये 3 चीजें आप पिक करो, दिस इज गोइंग टू हेल्प.
That's great. I think at the end of this panel discussion, we can come out with certain recommendations which you can make to the system. So the first thing which we have come out from this particular panel discussion to sum up is that gig workforce is the new nature of employment which has to be accepted, because 200% growth, if we can see in a company which is the biggest hiring company, so that proves itself. AI is the reality. We will be reaching to cognitive AI very soon. This is the first take of this panel discussion which we will be recommending to the system. Second is, we have to flip the learning mechanism. Internship should be more and less of classroom teaching, but without disturbing the fundamentals of the syllabus, which should be there. Although one suggestion which was very great coming from Mr. Pramod, that this syllabus has to be more relevant. It should not be for years, or it should not be bound in certain time limits. It should be relevant. If it is relevant for 5 years, it's okay. If it is relevant for 6 months, change it. So that kind of flexibility what he was suggesting, so that is one of the recommendation which we can give. And the great recommendation is that we should empower the student. Ultimately, it is the student who has to learn from the beginning. So that empowerment should be given to the student in this particular new set of economy. And most important, the responsibility is on our teachers, that now we should not become only the professors, we should act as a facilitators. And I will always remember this, that Shabri was a great example, and next time whenever I'll go in the class, I'll taste the fruit and then I'll go in the class and tell to the students. That's a great thing which you have given. Formally, I'll ask Rahul sir to come up and come and see the panel going on. Sir, Professor Bijoy wants to say something.
Sir, how can panel discussion could be over? So invite for questions.
Ji sir, questions please. Yes, boss.
There are questions.
Yes, we have a question.
Good number
Please.
of questions.
Anant, first.
Good evening all. So I agreed to Sir Mohit's point about just-in-time knowledge, but I just disagree with one of the statement that it is not just in time with reference to knowledge, it is with reference to information. So you need intellect with reference to changing that information into knowledge, what I believe.
Great.
And
Next.
when we talk about institutions and everybody is talking about specialization, which is more deep rooted in India, is that mindset के 5वीं के बाद पढ़ना नहीं है, 8वीं के बाद पढ़ना नहीं है, BBA के बाद पढ़ना नहीं है और MBA के बाद पढ़ना नहीं है. So that mindset needs to be changed if we need to grow into specialization of domains.
So we will count it as a suggestion, not a question. Questions are welcome, please. Yes, please, ma'am. Mic, please, here.
I'm having the mic.
Just one sec, ma'am.
The discussion was really good, but then as an educator, we are providing degree for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And when now we're talking about specialization, like what I concluded from this panel discussion was now we're talking about gig education.
Yes.
That because now we need gig education that will promote gig economy. Then the relevance of us when there is so much information, when we are teaching students for 2 years, we are preparing a curriculum for 2 years with different subjects, then what's the relevance when we are talking about the gig education over here?
So the question goes to whom?
Like for HR, sir, like
Jahangir,
yes.
sir. The ball is on your court.
Yeah,
Yes, please, sir.
Please, sir. No, no, sir, it's okay. I will go
Sir,
ahead.
like, the
After
answer
you.
is welcome from your end also, sir.
First of all, even before answering the question, I like to put 2-3 things here quickly. It's a great panel discussion and good point had been touched upon. But some new developments are also there, and especially NEP is taking care of it. Syllabus is changing faster, and every unit in every course, every subject, we are putting latest development. It is up to teacher have to look into latest development. This is the advice. It is had to be in the class. Second, we are the question setter also. So we have to decide what kind of question has to be set with. So onus is lying on us. Third important thing, which is very, very important, is that in this AI age, in the classroom, like I'll tell you, being a teacher, and now I am equally to the quantum of teacher, I am a FDP teacher also, faculty development program. Sometime at least 7-8 hours per week I teach in faculty development. So what is really required is that we have to understand we are not the knowledge bank. We are facilitator. That is what we require. We have to understand. Even out of 40, 50 or 60 in the classroom, one student had got a effective latest information. You can't beat that class. That will be trouble to you. So what is very important is instead of getting on with the student related to information, you start processing the information. Let that AI to give the data, AI to give the information, but how best it can be utilized, we teacher will guide those young generation. They are completely talking about, this Gen G. I am preparing for Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha will be more demanding in nature. We have started talking about Gen Alpha.
More difficult
How
to
it is
manage.
going to be there.
More difficult to manage, sir. More difficult to handle Gen Alpha.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yes,
It is. In the
yes.
house, we are feeling they are
Yes,
challenging us.
every
also
house,
itself.
yes, all of us are
Yeah,
facing
we are
that.
facing this. Second, very important is that this is one syllabus aspect is that it is changing fast. Even just latest, I'm telling you, IIT is thinking now that is it really compulsory that PCM has to be there for intake? They are going to be like a liberal art concept.
Yes.
Even in myself, who is empowered from UGC, who had been working on the syllabus revision, and we say, why these prerequisites? Why not open it? Like now, finance in the MBA we are talking about, psychology and physics go very, very much together, gelling more than any other.
Behavioral finance is the key,
Behavioral
sir.
finance is key into that. So these are the certain things which we are thinking here is already. And so far as cognitive part is there, you like or you don't like, we also want to have that it should be in the cognitive. The only thing is that you start accepting it. And I have a very different kind of analogy related to it, that I am the person first married and then made love, and it is long lasting. New generation will talk, how can anyone marry without knowing? So there is a thinking difference, and that's why we feel it is, when he started, it is a big stress, distress. I was not able to understand that. How can it be a distress? Sometimes people talk about depression. I really till date don't understand depression. I have seen the class where PG level student is crying because mobile had been not there. I say, where you lost in metro, you lost in somewhere? No, it was left in a home. I say, when you are knowing it is left in home, why you're crying? Can't survive without that. So it is, we have to understand. That's why I say emotion, ethics, these are the things. We all are energy. We have to channelize it. And finally, GPU and others, we are working a lot on that side. Understand, energy will be really required. Electricity is needed, but we have to see how solar and other energy should be available. We can translate it, we can store it, and certainly what is impossible itself says I am possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr.
A very
Jahangir.
good afternoon, sir.
Just one sec, Mr. Jahangir, your take on that question.
No, so just adding to what sir said, in fact, I'm sure he has given all the answers, but for my one response from my end is that facilitators, you call yourself facilitators or educators or teacher, I think agile is the one word which fits into this situation, that how agile you are, right? If you are open to learn, unlearn, relearn, I think that solves everything. We can't keep continuing with the same mindset that, okay, this is what I have been taught and this is what I'm going to deliver to my student. If that's the mindset, there will be a problem. So being agile, being open, being ready to unlearn first and learn new things as per the demand, as per the need of the students, I think that is something which everyone sitting in this room has to accept. That's my say on this.
One point I just want to add and to what sir said, AI is the biggest boon for humans, because जो हम लोग blue collar staff या जो segment है उसको देखते हैं, they will grow into educated people with AI coming in, because information का कोई gatekeeper नहीं है. Now things are open for anybody who has a mobile internet to log into ChatGPT, say what is photosynthesis. Anybody can learn
So
that.
AI will not replace the people who are not using AI, rather that will replace the people who are
not ready to accept AI actually.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So our knowledge and our ability to be more useful to the society is going to grow. So it's better to accept it, and I think pull up our knowledge and skill set to match future society requirements, so that it becomes relevant.
So the heat is on. Next question, please.
Thank you so much, sir.
I just wanted to add to the same.
Yeah, Mr. Pramod, please.
So we have trained the trainer for trainers, and I think sir spoke about faculty development and program as well. But I think it's very important in our curriculums to build something which is called learn how to learn.
Okay.
That's very, very important, because I think the adaptability of learning and relearning and unlearning and then again learning is something that is currently missing in our pedagogy. And that's not something that we focus. I think that's what is very, very important going forward for the same.
One more recommendation added, sir. Got it from you. That's great. Yes. Question, please.
Sir, as we've already discussed about the new labor laws that India is putting up, the same labor laws have recently been structured in European Union as well. And European Union made two very big changes. That is a clarity in the AI algorithm to the gig workers in layman terms, so they understand what is going on. And in addition to that, a clear bargaining system on what new AI derivatives can be brought up. Do you think that Indian AI economy is anywhere even near that we can adapt such changes? If not, then when? Or what systems can we ensure that can be, since we have a very unique structure of public policy in our nation, what changes are sustainable to our system of gig economy? A little answer on that.
To whom you want answer?
Can I take that?
Everyone's, you all are experts in these fields actually.
Pramod sir, you go ahead on this.
So I'm glad you brought that point up. It was one of the points that I thought I'll speak about. Algorithm and transparency in the same is a good question, and you rightly pointed out it was spoken recently also as a part of ILO also. And you'd be glad to know that even in the Indian economy and the labor wage code talks about algorithm, transparency and information. Platforms are already being encouraged to talk about algorithms, and the department is looking at it. And I'm glad that our Indian ecosystem is also talking about how algorithms need to be transparent, not in a detrimental manner that a workforce loses out on that. And that's something that India is already looking at it. We are actually, when it comes to wage code, when it comes to ability to understand the complexity, I would say India has taken 5 steps ahead, much more faster than many other economies to understand and adapt to these. So there's definitely a lot of information and talk around the same. Like I mentioned in my discussion earlier, there is 100% clarity is not possible in everything, and specifically this is a complex structure, but the discussions are already on. The platforms are being asked to look at what is the algorithm, how one can get fair pricing, time, etc. All that is being considered. So that's already in works.
Thank you, Mr. Pramod. And because lack of time, we are not taking more questions now. You can have it
Sir.
during the lunch break. You can join with sir. They all will be available.
Sir,
in the
only
lunch.
one question.
That's the last one. That's the last one because we are
Yes,
running
sir.
out of time.
Actually, your first round of panel discussion, I'm stuck there only because I had a question at that time.
Please tell.
So I wasn't caught up with the second and third round very well because my mind was there only. Similarly, here we are talking about the gig model and the AI. Similarly, we are talking about strategic HRM and AI. So all the researchers and academicians and enterprises, they are working for strategic human resource management, which facilitates more to human resource rather than an enterprise. So we are moving from the scalar chain concept or the 14 principles of Henry Fayol, right? So isn't the gig economies again, we are stepping back and we are talking about that employee have to learn that how organizations are working rather than the individuality of employee. Being in Gen Z, as we are moving towards the individualism rather than the collectivism.
But I think Mr. Jahangir has already given answer to your query. What student has to do?
Correct.
If you have heard that. Still, I would like to give this opportunity to Mr. Jahangir to tell her once more in a very small, precise manner.
Okay, see, again, I'll go back to the same thing that, okay, strategic HR, AI, everything is fine, right? End of the day, what I always believe and I always say in each of my forums that you can't replace a human. That is irreplaceable, right? It can never be replaced in next 100 years also. Right?
The same thing Pramod also said.
Exactly, exactly. Strategic HR, AI, everything is fine. End of the day, you're dealing with human beings and you need a human being to deal with a human being. That's the simplest of answer, right? So don't worry that, okay, this is what AI is going to come up. They are going to take up jobs and all that. Again, I said, Dr. Khalsa said that only those people who are not going to accept AI,
they will lose jobs.
They will definitely lose. They will be far, far behind in the race. But people like us, I'm in HR and I keep on hearing this statement from a lot of people, especially when I visit colleges, that AI is going to take up jobs, AI is going to finish these roles, that roles and everything. I said, oh, nothing is going to work like this. Don't worry.
Oh,
Be smart enough, be ready to learn first, be agile enough to have that kind of information which is available. Spend your time in something, those technologies which can help you in terms of building your career.
No, sir. I
So
think I'm
that's the
unable to
success of
communicate.
this conference that
Okay, maybe we
discussions
can
are
take up.
going on.
I'll take up your question separately. Yeah.
Yes,
Sure.
we can in the lunchtime we can take, please.
Okay.
Because now we are standing between you all and your lunch.
So before we quickly come to the appreciation recognition part, I would like to apologize to the panel members and to the audience because I gave you a misinformation, I guess, 1.5 hours back. This is not a panel discussion. This is history in making what we had just right now. I'll tell you why. I had a good amount of time, 1.5 hours sitting just behind the curtain, and I was searching online. Please tell me the panel discussions that has happened on gig economy, Indian economy, AI, and it gave me a beautiful answer. And I will save your efforts. I have searched on ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini. So don't worry, I have done that work. They told me rarely two of these points have taken together. That is AI and gig economy. Forget about any panel discussion on this planet. I'm not talking about India. On this planet that has ever happened on Indian economy, gig model, AI and the way ahead, which have academicians and industry experts. Please, you are a part of history. Give them a huge round of applause. So, as we move ahead with the appreciation and recognition part, first of all, we would like to give our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Pramod Pachisia, the CEO of 2Coms Group, who has joined us virtually from Kolkata and has shared amazing insights for this particular topic. May I request Dr. Ashish Ghosh, sir, co-convener of the conference, to please convey our appreciation.
Thank you, Pramod sir, for your wonderful insights, your time and effort, and making this thing happen. basically right from yesterday, I was quite apprehensive about those things which was happening in online, right from key 1 and key 2 to your, because you all were on this online platform. So I was quite had a restless night, because 11:30 also I was responding to Duan's mail at that time. And to your WhatsApp, even in the morning 5:30 ahead, सबसे पहले तो उनको खत्म ये कर दूं, इनको reply कर दूं. Thank you very much, Pramod sir, for your insights, and we are highly obliged and grateful to your time and effort that you have given us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Siddhan, sir. Thank you, Amarjit, and thank you, the August panelists.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Mahesh Soni, sir, Chairman MBA Program, to present a memento to Mr. Rohit Verma, sir, CEO of Algorix Group. So please. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Harish Sudhir Kulkarni, sir, Chairman, Head MBA Program and Conference Convener, to present a special memento to Mr. Swapnil Tripathi, Co-founder and Chief Revenue Officer, V360.ai. Thank you, sir. And may I request Dr. Harsh Sharma, sir, Chairman, Career Center, IPER Group, to present a special memento to Mr. Jahangir Sheikh, Senior Director, Human Resources Business Partner, Zepto. Thank you, sir. On behalf of IPER Group of Institutions, we sincerely thank all our distinguished panelists for sharing their experience, expertise, and perspective. Their contribution have added immense value to our understanding on the opportunities and challenge associated with AI-powered gig economy. Thank you once again for making this session truly insightful and memorable. Before we break for lunch, the schedule of presenters will be displayed. We have a break of half an hour for lunch, and the technical sessions, here are the details, venue-wise. It will start from 3:30 p.m. onwards. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
ये तो ऑनलाइन ऑनलाइन ये क्यों डिस्टर्ब कर रहे हैं सर? Before we proceed with the formal session, let me check if everyone has come. Dr. Supriya Gautam and CA Abhishek Jain. Okay. Sumit Kishore Mathur sir, Khushi Bhatt, Ayushi Srivas. Khushi is there. Faizla Akhtar ma'am. Dr. Sandhya Sasi. Okay, everyone is present. The opportunity, challenge, and pathway that lie ahead in the transformative journey. Today's session offers us a valuable opportunity to engage with insightful and thought-provoking presentation from our participants, whose idea and research will contribute meaningful in the discourse of India's evolving economic landscape. To grace this occasion and guide us with, we have the expert Dr. Shikha Bhargava ma'am, Director, Oriental College of Management, Bhopal, as the session chair. I request Dr. Upma Paliwal ma'am to kindly gathering of academic leaders and visionaries. It is our distinct privilege and honor to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Anil Shivani sir, Officer on Special Duty, Admission and Fees Regulatory Committee, Government of Madhya Pradesh, whose distinguished presence greatly enriches this valedictory session. We are profoundly grateful to extend a heartfelt welcome to our guest of honor, Dr. Kumar Bijoy sir, Professor at Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, University of Delhi. We are deeply grateful to Dr. Amarjit Singh Khalsa sir, Group Director, IPER Group of Institutions, Bhopal, a visionary leader and the driving force behind this conference. We also extend a cordial welcome to Dr. Mahesh Soni sir, Chairman MBA Program, IPER Group of Institutions, Bhopal. We sincerely appreciate your gracious presence. May I now request Dr. Amarjit Singh Khalsa sir, Dr. Mahesh Soni sir to accompany our respected guest.
We are privileged to have with us an eminent academician, distinguished educator, administrator, and respected policy expert, Dr. Anil Shivani sir. Dr. Shivani is presently serving as Officer on Special Duty in Admission and Fee Regulatory Committee, Government of Madhya Pradesh, a prestigious statutory body entrusted with ensuring transparency, accountability, and excellence in admissions and fee regulation across professional education institutions in the state. Dr. Shivani is a distinguished academician, researcher, mentor, and administrator. He holds various degrees like MCom, LLB, and PhD, and brings with him more than 36 years of rich experience in teaching, research, academic leadership, and educational governance. His areas of expertise include management, accounting, statistics, research methodology, and econometrics. As a dedicated research mentor, he has successfully guided doctoral scholars and contributed significantly to the advancement of higher education and research. Respected sir, your distinguished journey reflects academic excellence, visionary leadership, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to the cause of education. As a symbol of growth, sustainability, and our heartfelt appreciation, may I request Dr. Amarjit Singh Khalsa sir, Group Director, IPER Bhopal, to kindly present a sapling to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Anil Shivani sir.
It is my privilege to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Kumar Bijoy sir, Professor at Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, University of Delhi. Professor Kumar Bijoy currently serves as Professor and Head of Department of Financial Studies at the college, University of Delhi, and is also a Chief Executive Officer and Director of the SSCB Innovation and Incubation Foundations, where he actively promotes innovation, entrepreneurship, and startup development. With a great professional journey spanning more than 36 years, Professor Bijoy has successfully combined academic excellence with industry expertise, policy engagement, and international exposure. Beyond academia, he has served for over 26 years as an international trainer for infrastructure development projects, working closely with several ministries of the Government of India, contributing to capacity building and policy implementation. As a token of sincere appreciation and deep respect, may I now request Dr. Amarjit Singh Khalsa sir to kindly present a sapling to our esteemed guest of honor.
Every successful conference leaves behind valuable insights and meaningful outcomes. I now invite Dr. Ashish Ghosh, Faculty IPER, to present a brief overview of the conference proceedings and key deliberations. The stage is all yours, sir.
Respected chief guest, distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais, industry experts, session chairs, and learned delegates. A warm namaste to one and all. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this crucial deliberation on a theme that defines our future, Indian economy, gig model powered by artificial intelligence and the way ahead. As we navigate this paradigm shift in our workforce, your presence here catalyzes the blueprint we are aiming to build. We began our day with exceptionally enriching keynote addresses by two wonderful and professional expert academicians from Canada and UK. This was followed by a scintillating panel discussion moderated skillfully by our group director, sir. This session brought together the industry experts from various cross-functional domains. They decoded how digital fluency and algorithmic platforms are rapidly altering the economic landscape, addressing critical issues from operational efficiency to workers' welfare. The insights perfectly complemented the fantastic response we received from the audience. A total of 164 research papers were submitted in this conference. These represents a very vast, diverse geographic capturing the perspectives of 10 countries and 16 Indian states. Following a rigorous peer review process, 32 selected papers were chosen for the presentation. Further, keeping in the quality bar exceptionally high, 6 papers had been shortlisted to be published in the prestigious IPER journal. The core academic exchange of this conference happened across 4 technical sessions. These sessions brought down the intersections of macroeconomics, machine learning, labor laws, and applied processes. Such a massive intellectual exercise would not have been possible without the anchors of quality. We express our gratitude to the 4 session chairs and the 4 session experts. Your critical eyes, sharp evaluations, and constructive guidance kept the dialogue rigorous, focused, and progressive. Congratulations to the best paper presenters of each sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, the way ahead for Indian economy relies more on democratizing the technology. The gig model, when supercharged with artificial intelligence, creates unparalleled micro-entrepreneurship opportunities across India. However, our deliberation reminds us that this growth must be very human-centric, equitable, and sustainable. This is one of the most important things that most of the economy misses. All these 3 factors are very important. It should be human-centric, equitable, and sustainable. Thank you very much to one and all. The ideas shared within these walls will undoubtedly influence policy and practice in the days to come. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we explore the central theme of this conference, it is our privilege to have among us an academic leader whose expertise, vision, and academic depth will add great value to our understanding of what lies ahead. It is now my privilege to invite our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Kumar Bijoy sir, to address this august gathering. Let's welcome sir with a huge round of applause. We are eagerly waiting to hear you once again.
Good evening to one and all. On dais, off dais, the kind of statistics which has been put is really very encouraging. We normally have got in our college one logo in the beginning, the moment we enter in the college, and it says, come with empty mind, go with open mind. That's what we start with. And as a CEO, I have a practice of every morning briefing followed by debriefing. That is also there. Now whole day has really crossed. Lot of empty had turned into open, but that is the beginning. These kind of discussion, like we normally have very traditional old practice called samagam, where various thought process keep on crossing with each other on the similar topic, on the futuristic way, how it ought to be, what are the various dimensions. This is there. And I am sure the 4 tracks must have seen in and around the theme, various aspects must have been searched upon, looked upon, deeper dived. Now question is how to really take it further. And only thing what we can make it, that the moment we are open for any and every kind of changes, we will be able to not only adjust, we'll become the change leader. 3 important factors are there which we really require. One is care, second one is cooperation, and third one is collaboration. Triple C. And this is what I keep on following. एक अकेला नहीं कर सकता, आपको साथ लेना पड़ेगा. And you have to create it. You have to make it. Ramayana basically gives a very nice lesson related to these things. As you progress, challenges will be there, but you have to create resource then and there. That when you are creating resource, instead of getting obligation, first oblige and then ask for help. Ram has been clear example for it. Whether it is a friendship with Sugriv or anywhere you talk about, you'll find out even with the Kevat, all these 2 instances has been very clear. Before expecting from someone, you have to do something for that person. They will be doing for it. And that is what we as a researcher has to be there. I'll tell you generally, I'll be focusing again back to more researcher. It's basically very older concept. In the older time, they were called as Rishi. And they used to keep on doing research, Anusandhan. What is really we as a teacher also and researcher, how to together goes with, best example is Vishwamitra. How Vishwamitra had been done. It doesn't mean that Vishwamitra was, who himself was a great researcher, able to develop so many equipments. He was able to handle Tarka, but he wanted to make it possible. And this is what even in the panel discussion of industry, experts, it was there, how to evaluate more internship and other things. Look into that time of learning when all had gone to Guru Vasisht, who had given not only theoretical, even practical examination, but internship was due. And when after completing their theoretical and practical knowledge from Guru Ashram, they came back, internship was required and Vishwamitra came to ask for that internship. Practical learning. आम तो तोड़ लिए आप अपने तीर से, किसी को मार पाओगे, and that has to be tested. This is what practical internship is really needed. So environment will keep on changing, but overall the philosophy remains same. And philosophy for any subject and every subject remains same. That's why you belong to any subject, any discipline, any course. At the end you do PhD, which is philosophy. And that's which is the top of the things. What I expect right now out of this whole day, that we have got it, what to do, how to do, and for whom to do. If these three things are there, then whatever you are doing, you will be doing for some meaningful outcome. And once outcome will be there, it will have the value. And once value will get created, it will keep on adding to the number. And the number which we are talking about is the summation. Ultimately, you call it GDP or anything, will get changed. So change is there. Sometimes people basically look that is it really possible? Even great economists kept on doubting on India's capability. But I am sure the way horizontally we have started contributing, it is very much possible, exponentially possible, and we will make it possible. And last but not least, one important aspect, whether through gig, with the tool of AI, or through entrepreneurship, or through any of the exercise, ultimately people are talking about 2047. Instead of indulging into really we will be a developed nation or not, instead we all scholars start thinking how to make it possible, how to really achieve it. So my task is not to really discuss whether possible or impossible, how to make it possible. इस पूरे यज्ञ में हमारी एक आहुति लग जाए, यही हम चाहते हैं. धन्यवाद. Thanks to IPER, thanks to Barkatullah University and entire Bhopal city. It's a really transformed one and really welcoming. Thanks for hospitality also. Thank you. Thanks a lot to you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and inspiring address. Your valuable thoughts have enriched the deliberations of this conference and provided us with fresh perspectives on the evolving role of artificial intelligence in shaping India's gig economy. On behalf of the entire IPER family, we sincerely thank you for your gracious presence and inspiring words. I request audience once again a huge round of applause for Dr. Kumar Bijoy, sir. Swadeshe Pujyate Raja, Vidwan Sarvatra Pujyate. A king is honored only in his own kingdom, but a scholar is respected everywhere. Dr. Shivani's remarkable journey reflects academic excellence, visionary leadership, and an unwavering commitment to education. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Anil Shivani, sir. We are deeply honored to have you, sir. The stage is all yours.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. सरस्वती माता के स्मरण के साथ मैं अपना वक्तव्य आपके सामने रखूंगा और जो बताया गया है वैसा तो नहीं है. मैं भी एक आम व्यक्ति हूं और 1983 18 अगस्त 1983 में मैंने कॉलेज में सहायक प्राध्यापक के पद पर कार्यभार ग्रहण किया था और तब से अब तक इस यात्रा में आपके सामने हूं. मैं अपनी बात कुछ अलग तरीके से प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास करूंगा. क्या है कि सबसे जो अंत में शब्द आता है कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन, तो मैं कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करूंगा और उसी के दौरान अपनी बातें रखने का आपके सामने प्रयास करूंगा. क्योंकि देखिए कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन जो है वो क्या है. कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन जो है वो देखो एआई तो कर नहीं सकता. कृतज्ञता का ज्ञापन जो है वो एक विनम्र भावात्मक स्थिति है. विनम्र भाव की स्थिति कृतज्ञता के लिए बनती है. और ये विनम्र भाव स्थिति उत्पन्न क्यों होती है? कई कारण उत्पन्न होती है. कोई आपकी सहायता करता है, कोई आपके प्रति उपकार करता है, कोई आपको समर्थन देता है, आपसे प्रेम करता है, आपको सम्मान प्रदान करता है, जैसे आपने यहाँ मुझे किया है या कर रहे हैं, इस भाव के प्रति कृतज्ञता का भाव उत्पन्न होता है। ये कारण है जिसके प्रति हमको कृतज्ञता उत्पन्न होती है। और इसका लाभ क्या है कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन का? एक तो संबंधों में प्रगाढ़ता आती है जो हमारे बीच में है। आत्मिक मन में संतोष उत्पन्न होता है कि जिसने हमारे प्रति सम्मान किया, हमारे प्रति प्रेम उपकार किया, तो उसके प्रति हमको, और एक जीवन की गुणवत्ता, जीवन जीने की गुणवत्ता में भी वृद्धि होती है। ये एक स्थितियां हैं जो कृतज्ञता की ज्ञापन के प्रति होती हैं। कृतज्ञता क्यों उत्पन्न होती है, क्यों करना चाहिए? तो सबसे पहली कृतज्ञता किसको ज्ञापित की जाए? मैं अपने बीच में अपनी चीजें बोलूंगा, आप लोगों को पकड़ना है, उसको समझ भी लें। आप समझ भी लेंगे क्योंकि मुझे आप पे अपने से ज्यादा विश्वास है। सबसे पहली कृतज्ञता तो हम सभी, आप, मैं, सभी जो भी उपस्थित हैं, ईश्वर के प्रति अपनी कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करते हैं, क्योंकि उसने हमको सही सलामत बनाया है, हमको बुद्धि प्रदान की है, शरीर प्रदान किया है। तो इसके प्रति हम सबसे पहले ईश्वर के प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करते हैं। और हमको इस भारत देश में पैदा किया जो कि ज्ञान, संपत्ति, समृद्धि, परंपराओं से सबसे समृद्धशाली देश है। इस देश में हमको ईश्वर ने पैदा किया, इसके लिए भी हमको कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करना चाहिए, कृतज्ञ रहना चाहिए। हम दरअसल क्या है कि देखिए, हम जिस संस्था में काम कर रहे हैं, जिस देश में हम काम कर रहे हैं, हम जिस देश में हैं उसके प्रति कृतज्ञ हैं। हमें अपने प्रदेश की आलोचना नहीं करनी चाहिए, हमें अपने शहर की आलोचना नहीं करनी चाहिए, हमें अपने संस्थान की आलोचना नहीं करनी चाहिए, हमें अपने कार्य की भी आलोचना नहीं करना चाहिए। क्योंकि जब हम अपने ही कार्य की आलोचना करेंगे तो हम अपने सारे जो हमारे समकक्ष लोग हैं, हम उनका भी कहीं ना कहीं सम्मान नहीं कर रहे होते हैं। जब एक स्तर पर, छोटे स्तर पर हम अपने शब्दों का, जब स्वयं हम कहते हैं किसी को कि हम आएंगे आपके पास में, मैं कल आपका ये काम कर दूंगा, कमिटमेंट, और यदि आप उस कमिटमेंट को पूरा नहीं करते हैं तो आपने अपने ही शब्दों का सम्मान नहीं किया। तो जब आपने अपने ही शब्दों का सम्मान नहीं किया तो कोई अन्य व्यक्ति जो आपका कहना नहीं मानता है, उसको आप कहने के कुछ हकदार इसलिए नहीं होते हैं क्योंकि वो आपके शब्दों का सम्मान नहीं कर रहा है। आप स्वयं अपने शब्दों का सम्मान करेंगे तब ही आप अपेक्षा रखेंगे कि दूसरे से सम्मान क्या होना चाहिए। देखिए, आखिर एक चीज है कि आज हम विकास की बात करते हैं, समृद्धि की बात करते हैं, सबका साथ की बात करते हैं, बिल्कुल ठीक है। ये आप बताइए कि मन में, आप लोग सोचिए, मन में प्रश्न होते हैं, हर व्यक्ति के मन में, बुद्धि, दिमाग में जो है वो एक ऊर्जा होती है, उपजाऊ जमीन होती है, उसमें से प्रश्न उठते हैं, उसमें से विचार उत्पन्न होते हैं, और एक जो बुद्धिजीवी है उसमें ये ज्यादा उत्पन्न होना चाहिए, और होते भी हैं, कि इसकी पराकाष्ठा क्या है। जिस जगह पर हम जा रहे हैं, हमारे भौतिक विकास की पराकाष्ठा क्या है। बहुत सारी चीजें आ गई हैं, अपने रिमोट से चलने वाले, आजकल ड्रोन से आक्रमण हो रहे हैं। तो और आखिर भविष्य में क्या, जब तो लेजर से, अब तो आ जाएगा लेजर से, जो है वो मेरे ख्याल से लेजर के भी ऐसे उपकरण आ गए हैं कि वो आपको किसी को अब ड्रोन से भी नहीं, वो लेजर से ही खत्म करते रहेंगे। ये विकास है, विनाश की दिशा में भी तकनीक का विकास है, और विकास की दिशा में भी है। तो पर पराकाष्ठा क्या है, आप विचार कीजिए अपने मन में। एक विचार आपको मैं दे रहा हूं कि सोचिए कि पराकाष्ठा आखिर उसकी क्या है, जहां तक हम पहुंचना चाहते हैं। कि आज बहुत अच्छे सड़कें बन जाएं, बहुत अच्छे संसाधन हो जाएं, पराकाष्ठा के बारे में सोचेंगे तो आखिर व्यक्ति को सबसे बड़ी जो पराकाष्ठा है वो मन मस्तिष्क की, मनो की शांति की बात है। यहां आपके अंतर में आपकी शांति उत्पन्न होना चाहिए, मानसिक शांति। ये आखिर में हर व्यक्ति, किसी भी कामयाब इंसान से, जो भी समृद्धि के स्तर पर या धन संपदा के स्तर पर जो व्यक्ति जहां भी मौजूद हो, उससे आप पूछेंगे तो मन मस्तिष्क की शांति, मन स्थिति की शांति ही सबसे बड़ा उसका लक्ष्य होता है। अब देखिए कि मन और मस्तिष्क दोनों मिलकर के मानसिक होते हैं, मन और मस्तिष्क। लेकिन एआई में तो केवल क्या है, मस्तिष्क होता है, मन तो होता नहीं, क्योंकि वो विचार नहीं करता है। एक छोटा सा उदाहरण दूंगा मैं कि एक कल्पना कीजिए कि एक आज से कुछ वर्षों बाद की स्थिति होगी। एक ऑफिस में एक अधिकारी बैठा है और उसके नीचे एक काम करने वाला एक व्यक्ति है जो कि एआई से सेट है, वो एआई बना, क्योंकि काम करने वालों से आजकल काम कराना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है, तो एआई बनाया हुआ है, उसके अंदर एआई फिट है, वो अपना काम करता है। अधिकारी उससे कहता है कि अरे ये यहाँ पे शाम पूरा कचरा हो गया है, पूरा ये चिड़ियों का घोंसला बन गया, इसको चिड़ियों का घोंसला तुम तोड़ के फेंक देना, हटा देना, ताकि यहाँ पे कचरा नहीं होए। वो कर देता है। आज से 5-8 साल पहले आज की स्थिति में कोई कहे तो वो जो तोड़ने वाला है वो देखेगा कि वहां कोई चिड़िया के बच्चे हैं तो नहीं तोड़ेगा, अंडे रखे हैं तो वो नहीं तोड़ेगा। लेकिन एआई बेस्ड जो है वो तो इसको तोड़ देगा, उसको तो उससे कोई मतलब नहीं है। तो जो भावनात्मक बात है, वो भावनात्मक बात वहां पर नहीं आएगी। तो जो हमारा जो मुख्य भाव हमारे बीच में, हमारे जो प्रयास रहते हैं हमारे प्रति एक दूसरे के, वो एक बात इसमें आती है। तो द्वितीय कृतज्ञता किसको ज्ञापित करें? देखिए, इसके बीच में बोलूंगा मैं आप लोगों को। द्वितीय कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करने के लिए हमको अपने पूर्वजों के प्रति, माता पिता गुरुओं के प्रति हम कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करें, और हम पृथ्वी के प्रति, भूमि जल वायु आकाश पंच तत्वों के प्रति हम अपनी कृतज्ञता, जल थल नभचर सबके प्रति अपन अपनी कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करें। पूर्वजों के प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करने के लिए मैं एक प्रश्न करूंगा, आपके मन में उत्तर, आपको ही बताना नहीं है किसी को, बस अपने मन में उत्तर खोजते जाना है। आप लोगों को सबको पिता, दादा या नाना, परनाना या परदादा के नाम मालूम होंगे। उसके आगे के बात हो सकता है किसी को हो, उसके और पहले के किसी को और हों, लेकिन ये चौथी पांचवी पीढ़ी के बाद आपको याद नहीं होंगे। तो मैं ये नहीं कहता कि याद नहीं होना कोई कमी है या हम कोई ऐसा कार्य कर रहे हैं जो हमको नहीं करना, या हमें नहीं याद है तो हमारे में कोई ऐसी कमी है, ऐसा नहीं है। होना चाहिए, एक आदर्श स्थिति है कि हमको अपने उन पूर्वजों के प्रति हम कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करें। तो पूर्वज कहाँ तक हैं ये भी हमको, एक वंश वृक्ष जो होता है वो आप कम से कम अपना ऐसा बना के रखें। ऐसा कहीं पर मैंने 1-2 जगह पर ऐसा देखा है, वंश वृक्ष है, और उस वंश वृक्ष को लेकर के अपने 3रे 4थे 5वें 6वें तक जो है वो उनके पूर्वजों के नाम हैं उसमें, 5वीं पीढ़ी के पूर्वज, 6वीं पीढ़ी के पूर्वज, 7वीं पीढ़ी के, और 7 पीढ़ी के बाद तो डीएनए बदलता है, ऐसा वैज्ञानिकों का कथन है। मैं तो वैज्ञानिक साइंस का व्यक्ति हूं नहीं, मैं तो वाणिज्य और प्रबंधन का हूं, पर ये ऐसा मैंने पढ़ा है, हो सकता है वो हो। कृतज्ञता का विलोम, कृतज्ञता का विलोम कृतघ्नता है। कृतघ्नता का मतलब यह है कि आप कृतज्ञ नहीं हैं, यानी आप किसी के उपकार को नहीं मानते हैं। मैं एक आपको, आप तो लोग गूगल भी करेंगे तो मिल जाएगा, हो सकता है कुछ ने किया भी हो, कई को जानकारी भी हो। 1193 में बख्तियार खिलजी करके एक मुगल राजा था, और उस समय नालंदा में विद्याधर, जो कि एक बौद्ध धर्म अनुयायी था, वो वहां पर कुलगुरु था। उस समय वो बीमार पड़ा, ऐसा है उसमें, आप पढ़ेंगे मिलेगा, मैंने भी वहीं से निकाला है। ज्ञान के बारे में कहा जाता है, ज्ञान के कभी किसी का दावा नहीं करना चाहिए कि मेरा ज्ञान है, ये मेरा है। ज्ञान है ही वही जो चारों तरफ है, आपको उसमें से उठाना है, निकालना है, ढूंढना है। आजकल तकनीक ने इसको काफी सरल कर दिया है। तो वो जो बीमार पड़ा, तो वो बड़ा अपने धर्म के प्रति, अपने मुस्लिम धर्म के प्रति बड़ा वफादार था, उसके बहुत कठोरता से पालन करता था। जब उसको कोई स्वस्थ होने की स्थिति नहीं बनी, तो परिवार के लोगों ने कहा कि वो विद्याधर जी हैं, उनको बुलाएं, उनसे अपना इलाज करवाएं। तो वो भड़क गया, बोले कि नहीं, मैं उससे कोई इलाज नहीं करवाऊंगा, मैं विधर्मी से इलाज नहीं कराऊंगा। तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई अब फिर कैसे चलेगा काम। तो उन्होंने बुलाया उनको, उनकी जानकारी के बिना। तो बोले ये क्या करता है, उसका सब उन्होंने पूछा। तो बोले वो पढ़ता है, वो कुरान पढ़ता है। अच्छा, कुरान पढ़ता है, तो बोले वो रोज पढ़ता है। बोले हाँ, रोज पढ़ता है। बोले फिर कुछ उसको दवाई, बोले दवाई तो आपके हाथ से, तो वो तो आपको देखना ही नहीं चाहता, आपको तो दवाई आपके हाथ से लेने की बात ही नहीं है। तो उन्होंने एक उपाय किया और कुछ औषधि बनाई, कुरान के हर पेज पर लगाई, हर पेज पर उसको लेप किया, और उसको कहा कि इसको दे दो पढ़ने के लिए। तो पढ़ता रहा उसको, और जैसा कि उसकी आदत थी, ऐसे उंगली से हटाकर उसको जीभ पे लगाना कई बार पेज पलटने के लिए, इससे वो ठीक हो गया। और जब ठीक हो गया तो उसको बताया गया, तो इतना नाराज हुआ कि उसने नालंदा पे आक्रमण करके उसकी जो लाइब्रेरी थी, वो लाइब्रेरी को ध्वंस किया, उसको जला दिया। और कहते हैं, पढ़ते हैं, देखेंगे, आपको इसमें मिलेंगे प्रमाण कि 6 माह तक वो लाइब्रेरी के मूल पांडुलिपियां वहां जलती रहीं। तो कृतज्ञता का भाव यदि होता, तो वो उसको राजा की तरह रखता, लेकिन कृतज्ञता का भाव नहीं था, वो इसीलिए उसने ये काम किया जो कि करना नहीं चाहिए था, है ना। तो ये स्थिति है। अभी तृतीय कृतज्ञता, तृतीय कृतज्ञता के लिए मैं थोड़ा क्षमा भी चाहूंगा आप लोगों से कि हमको हमारी मातृभाषा क्या है। हमारी मातृभाषा बंगाली हो सकती है, मेरी सिंधी हो सकती है, किसी की अलग अलग मातृभाषा हो सकती है। हम मातृभाषा का सम्मान करेंगे तो आपको भी अपनी मातृभाषा का सम्मान करना चाहिए। ये बात अलग है, मैं अंग्रेजी का बिल्कुल विरोधी नहीं हूं। अंग्रेजी के विरोध में ये मेरा विचार बिल्कुल नहीं है, मैं तो 100% कहता हूं। और ये इसके लिए आजकल के जो कंपटीशन है आजकल, जो प्रतिस्पर्धा है, उस प्रतिस्पर्धा में आगे आने के लिए ये भाव बहुत जरूरी है, ये भाषा का ज्ञान बहुत जरूरी, बल्कि ये इसके अलावा और भी भाषाएं हैं विश्व में जिनका आपको ज्ञान रखने से आपको लाभ हो सकता है। और आजकल एआई का तो जमाना है, ये तो आप अपने हिंदी में बोलूंगा मैं, आपको अंग्रेजी में सुनना है अंग्रेजी में सुनिए, जिसको फ्रेंच में सुनना है फ्रेंच में सुनिए। तो ये जो है मातृभाषा, उसके बारे में मेरा ये कहना चाहूंगा कि हम, अब फिर प्रश्न है आप लोगों के मन में, फिर मैं विचार डाल रहा हूं, आप लोग विचार कीजिएगा, प्रश्न का उत्तर नहीं चाहिए, अपने अंदर खोजिए, क्योंकि क्या व्यक्ति अपने आप से कभी झूठ नहीं बोल सकता, दूसरे से बोल सकता है। स्टूडेंट अपन से भी झूठ बोलता है, और अपन भी कई बार जो है वो अपने बड़े ऊपर को कहीं बचने के लिए कोई ना कोई छोटा मोटा ऐसा झूठ बोलते भी हैं। वो एक मानवीय कमी है, मानवीय स्वभाव है, वो है, सब में है, कोई यदि उससे हट जाएंगे तो मनुष्य ईश्वर नहीं हो जाएगा। तो ये है कि आप में से कितने लोग होंगे, अपने अंदर सोचिए, हिंदी में हस्ताक्षर करते हैं, आपको अपनी जन्म दिनांक तो याद होगी पक्का, लेकिन जन्म की तिथि याद है शायद? जिनको याद होगी उनको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं। देखिए, अंग्रेजी में तो 52 अक्षर हैं, और आधा अक्षर तो उसमें होता ही नहीं है, जबकि हिंदी में तो, अंग्रेजी में 26 अक्षर हैं, माफ कीजिएगा शायद मैं 52 बोल गया, अंग्रेजी में 26 अक्षर हैं ए से जेड तक, और आधा अक्षर उसमें होता नहीं, जबकि हिंदी में तो 52 अक्षर है ना, उसमें आधा अक्षर भी होता है। तो 26 मनकों की माला जपने के बजाय आप 52 मनकों की माला को साथ में रखें, तो मेरे ख्याल से ज्यादा। हम लोग कार्ड छपवाते हैं, कार्ड में चाहे आपका जन्मदिन, HBD आजकल हैप्पी बर्थडे, ये मैं मतलब आप लोगों से एक वैचारिक विमर्श पे बात करता हूं। हमारी जो स्थिति है वो एक परिवर्तनशील है, पर हमारी जड़ों से हमको नहीं कटना चाहिए। जब हम अपनी जड़ों से कट जाएंगे तो हमारा उस वृक्ष का क्या होता है जिसकी जड़ें खत्म हो जाती हैं, ये आप जानते हैं, किसी को कहने की जरूरत नहीं है। तो ये है, जैसे अब अंग्रेजी में बोलेंगे कृष्ण है, हम हिंदी में बोलेंगे कृष्ण, कृष्णा बोलेंगे तो हमारे दिमाग में पिक्चर बनेगा कोई लेडी है। अब अंग्रेजी में तो दोनों की स्पेलिंग सेम होती है ना। मैं अपनी स्वयं की सरनेम को लेकर, आडवाणी जी का नाम आपने सुना होगा, भारत के पूर्व गृह मंत्री रहे हैं लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी। अब उसका अंग्रेजी में तो नी आता है ना, आडवाणी, आडवाणी है, णी शब्द आप अंग्रेजी में लिख नहीं सकते हैं, है नहीं। जो हमारे जो सिंधी भाषा होती है उसमें यहाँ पे कोई हो तो उनको यदि ज्यादा जानकारी हो तो ठीक है, लेकिन मैं कहना चाहूंगा जैसे प्रेमचंद है, तो पूर्वजों के जैसे मैं आपको बताया ना, उन पूर्वजों के नाम के आधार पर हमारे सरनेम हुआ करते हैं। 2 मिनट, 1 मिनट लूंगा। प्रेमचंद है तो प्रेमचंदानी, हीरानंद से हीरानंदानी, जेठमल से जेठमलानी। हमारा मेरे जो सरनेम है वो एक्चुअल शिवदासानी है, लेकिन हमारे फादर जब वहां से माइग्रेट होकर के आए तो हमारा इतना लंबा सरनेम के बजाय बोले वो शिवानी कर दिया उन्होंने। जो मेरे अंकल लोग बताते कि तेरे बाप ने बोले शिवानी करा दिया, ऐसे मेरे अंकल लोग मेरे से बोलते थे, तो वो रहा होगा। मैं तो उसके बारे में कोई डॉक्यूमेंट्री प्रूफ तो है नहीं। तो इसीलिए कहते हैं ना कि एक व्यक्ति जा रहे थे, 2 लोग एरोप्लेन में जा रहे थे, तो एक अंग्रेज था, एक भारतीय था। अंग्रेज ने उससे कुछ प्रश्न किए, बात की, उसने अंग्रेजी में बोला, इसने हिंदी में जवाब दिया। वो अंग्रेज हिंदी जानता था, तो उसने जो है थोड़ी देर बाद उसको हिंदी में प्रश्न पूछा, तो भारतीय ने अंग्रेजी में जवाब देना चालू किया। तो थोड़ी देर बाद जब वो बात हो गई तो उसने कहा, यार एक बात समझ में नहीं आई। अंग्रेज ने पूछा, बोले जब मैं अंग्रेजी में बोल रहा था तो आप हिंदी में जवाब दे रहे थे, मैं हिंदी में बोल रहा था तो आप अंग्रेजी में जवाब दे रहे थे, ऐसा क्यों? तो बोले तो मातृभाषा की बात है, जब आप मेरी मातृभाषा का सम्मान कर रहे थे तो मैं आपकी मातृभाषा का सम्मान कर रहा था, जब आप मैं मेरी मातृभाषा में बोल रहा था तो ऐसा, जब आप अंग्रेजी में बोल रहे थे अपनी मातृभाषा का सम्मान कर रहे थे तो मैं हिंदी में जवाब दे रहा था, मैं अपनी मातृभाषा का सम्मान कर रहा था। जब आपने हिंदी में बोल करके मेरी मातृभाषा का सम्मान किया तो मैंने अंग्रेजी में बोल के आपकी मातृभाषा का सम्मान किया। तो ये कृतज्ञता है ना अपने उसके प्रति, ठीक है। तो समय तो नहीं है सर ज्यादा है, चलिए मैं खत्म करता हूं। जैसे बोलने को तो अभी मतलब शुरुआत भी नहीं हुई है कायदे से देखा जाए तो। अब चलिए मैं जल्दी खत्म करता हूं। साथियों के प्रति कृतज्ञता का भाव होना चाहिए, है ना, जो हमारे साथ रहते हैं, हमारी संगत में रहते हैं ना। हाँ, संगत कदली सीप भुजंग मुख स्वाति एक गुण तीन, जैसी संगत कीजिए वैसा ही फल दीन। स्वाति नक्षत्र की बूंद जब गिरती है तो कदली केले के पत्ते पे गिरती है, कपूर बन जाती है। सीप के बीच में गिरती है तो वो मोती बन जाती है, और भुजंग मुख के उसमें गिरती है सर्प के मुंह में तो जहर बन जाती है। तो कदली सीप भुजंग मुख स्वाति एक गुण तीन, जैसा संगत कीजिए वैसा ही फल दीन। वैसा फल मिलता है, संगत का फल मिलता है। तो इसीलिए देखिए भारतीय उसमें ज्ञान को अपन देखेंगे तो उसमें बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, और एक नहीं, संगत की बात है ना। फिर संगत में रहीम क्या कहते हैं? रहीम कहते हैं कि जो रहीम उत्तम प्रकृति का करी सकत कुसंग, वो चंदन विष व्यापत नहीं लिपटे रहत भुजंग। तो चंदन में विष व्याप्त नहीं होता है, भले ही उसमें सर्प लपटे हुए हों। तो ये जो चीजें हैं हमारे भारत की चीजें हैं, भारत की जो ज्ञान की बातें हैं, वो बहुत मतलब अंतहीन है। कहां से प्रारंभ होता है, वो कहां खत्म होता है, ये कोई नहीं बता पाया है, आज तक कोई नहीं जान पाया है। ये शुरुआत कहां से है, कोई सिरा पकड़ने का प्रयास भारतीय ज्ञान का नहीं कर पाएगा। ये बहुत मतलब सिद्ध बात है, इसमें कोई कहने की जरूरत नहीं है। अगर ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से देना चाहिए, दूसरे ने कहा यार ये थोड़ा मतलब ये तो गलत बात है यार, ईंट का जवाब मतलब जिसने कहा तो उसको डबल। तो वो दूसरे विद्वान ने कहा नहीं, ईंट का जवाब पत्थर नहीं, जैसे को तैसा, ईंट है तो ईंट का है। तीसरे ने कहा नहीं यार तुम भी ठीक नहीं कह रहे हो, ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से तो गलत है, ईंट का जवाब मतलब जो जैसा वो वैसा, मतलब जैसे को तैसा। मैं कहा नहीं ऐसा नहीं, इसमें ऐसा होना चाहिए कि जो तो को कांटा बोए ताही बो तू फूल, तो को फूल का फूल है बाको है त्रिशूल। तो वो ऐसा होना चाहिए। तो देखिए तीन चीजें, तीनों एक दूसरे के विपरीत हैं, लेकिन भारत में इसीलिए कहा जाता है ज्ञान की परंपरा जो है ना, वो भारत में उसको कोई सिरा पकड़ नहीं सकता, कोई ढूंढ नहीं सकता कि यहां से प्रारंभ हुआ अंत यहां हुआ। कहीं अंत नहीं है, वो अनंत है, सब जगह है। एक जहां आप सोच सकते हैं वहां पर, जहां आप नहीं सोच सकते वहां पर भी है। बहुत सारी बातें हैं और भी ऐसी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। तो मैं अपनी सब चीजों को छोड़ते हुए कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन के अंतिम दौर में आता हूं। देखिए कि आयोजकों के प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करने का वैसे बहुत सारी चीजें हैं अभी जो है ना मेरे को बताना चाहिए हमारा, पर कोई बात नहीं, भावनाओं की कमी, जैसे भावना है ना, एआई में मुख्य रूप से भावना का अभाव मेरे को लगता है, ये एक बहुत बड़ा उसमें कमी है। जैसे आप अपने मन में पूछेंगे प्रश्न, अपने मन में करेंगे कि शीतल और ठंडा में क्या अंतर है, तो आप पाएंगे कि शीतल और ठंडा में वही अंतर है जो कि आंख में आंसू आना और आंख में पानी आने में अंतर है। यानी वही अंतर क्या है, भावनाओं का अंतर है। आप ठंडे पानी में हाथ डालेंगे एकदम निकाले ठंडा है, शीतल पानी में आप डालेंगे आपकी आंखें बंद, आहा बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। भाव की बात है। तो वो एक स्थिति बनती है जब हम भावना को प्रधान देते हैं। और मनुष्य क्या है, यदि मनुष्य में भावनाएं नहीं हैं तो यंत्र हो गया ना, यांत्रिक बात हो गई कि हम विचारशील विचारवान नहीं हो पाते हैं। विचारशील होना चाहिए। तो मैं आयोजकों के प्रति कृतज्ञता, आईपर के प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करता हूं। चैतन्य शिक्षा समिति के अध्यक्ष नरेंद्र रावतानी जी के अनुपस्थिति में उनके प्रति भी कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करता हूं। ग्रुप हेड भाई अमरजीत खालसा जी को भी मैं बहुत बहुत कृतज्ञता धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। संयोजक हरीश कुलकर्णी जी और सह संयोजक आशीष घोष, आपको भी मैं बहुत कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करता हूं और बधाई देता हूं सारी आईपर की उस टीम को जिसने इस प्रतिष्ठित कार्यक्रम को करने के लिए अपना योगदान दिया। आप सबसे ज्यादा धन्यवाद आप सब लोगों को कि आप सब लोग यहाँ पर आखिरी समय तक उपस्थित रहे। इसके साथ ही उन लोगों का भी धन्यवाद अदा कर देता हूं जो लोग मानसिक रूप से यहाँ उपस्थित नहीं थे और दूसरी जगहों पर विचर रहे थे या अपने दूसरे कामों में व्यस्त थे। इतना कहकर मैं अपना स्थान ग्रहण करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Your insightful address has truly enriched this conference. Your thoughts on life values, technology, human interface, importance of language, thankfulness to God, to our country, and to our institutions have privileged valuable guidance on, and it is giving inspiration to all of us. On behalf of the entire IPER family, I express our sincere gratitude for your enlightening words. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving towards open house session, an interactive segment of our valedictory session. Knowledge grows when it is shared, and every meaningful discussion is enriched by diverse perspectives. We would therefore like to invite distinguished attendees present here to share their thoughts, reflections, or experiences towards this deliberation. Any respected speaker, if want to share their thoughts, may I invite them? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a special moment of recognition and appreciation. The success of any academic conference rests not only on the quality of research presented, but also on the guidance, expertise, and scholarly insights provided by our session chairs and session experts. Their thoughtful observations, critical evaluation, and constructive feedback have significantly enriched the technical sessions and contributed to the overall success of this conference. As a token of our gratitude and appreciation for their invaluable contribution, we shall now felicitate our session chairs and session experts. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly step ahead to proceed with the felicitation ceremony. Starting with the technical session 1, may I request Dr. Shikha Bhargava ma'am, session chair, to kindly join us on the stage and accept our token of appreciation and gratitude. A huge round of applause for Dr. Shikha Bhargava ma'am. For technical session 2, may I request Dr. Pawan Mishra sir, session chair, to kindly join us on the stage and accept our token of appreciation and gratitude. A huge round of applause for Dr. Pawan Mishra sir. And Dr. Alka Avasthi ma'am, session expert for technical session 2, to kindly join us on stage and accept our token of appreciation and gratitude. Proceeding with technical session 3, may I request Dr. Anshuja Tiwari ma'am, session chair, to kindly join us on stage and accept our token of appreciation and gratitude. And Dr. Neeraj Singh sir, session expert for technical session 3, to kindly join us on stage and accept our token of appreciation and gratitude. Sir, please. For technical session 4, may I request Dr. Kamran Sultan sir, session chair, to kindly join us on stage and accept our token of appreciation and gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, let us once again express our heartfelt gratitude to all the session chairs and session experts for their outstanding contribution, academic leadership, and unwavering support. A huge round of applause for all our session chairs and session experts. Recognition is not merely about celebrating achievement. It is about acknowledging dedication, perseverance, and the courage to contribute ideas that have the potential to create meaningful impact. Distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, faculty members, researchers, and dear participants. As we approach the concluding segment of this enriching conference, it is time to celebrate the individuals who transformed their thoughts into meaningful contributions and made this academic gathering a vibrant platform of learning, innovation, and intellectual exchange. Every paper presented, every idea shared, every discussion initiated, and every perspective offered has contributed to the success of this conference. The awards and certificates being presented today symbolize much more than accomplishment. They reflect commitment to knowledge, passion for research, and the willingness to engage with contemporary challenges and opportunities. We shall now recognize and appreciate the valuable contributions of our paper presenters whose research has enriched the academic disclosure of this conference. I humbly request all the dignitaries present on the dais to kindly step forward for the further proceedings. Starting with the technical session 1, we have Dr. Supriya Gautam and CA Abhishek Jain. I request them to kindly come up on the stage to receive their certificate. Assistant Professor from Indian Institute of Management and Research, Rao, Indore, for presenting the paper on topic AI-powered customization and automation in Indian e-commerce. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Sumit Kishore Mathur, Ms. Khushi Bhatt, and Ms. Ayushi Srivas from Oriental College of Management for presenting their paper on the title Ethical Dimensions of HRM in India's AI-powered gig economy, Challenges and the Way Ahead. Next in line, Dr. Sandhya Sasi, economics educator from Carmel Convent Senior Secondary School, for presenting the paper on the title The Upgraded Educator, How Bhopal Teachers Use AI to Boost Work Efficiency While Facing Digital Burnout. The certificates to online presenters will be shared in soft copy to them. For technical session 2, Shivani Namdev and Dr. Sunil Atulkar from Sage University, Bhopal, for the paper presented titled From Intention to Action, How AI-Powered Gig Platforms Influence Green Buying Behavior of Gen Z in India. Next, Ms. Princy Pahelwani, Research Scholar, Barkatullah University. Next in line, Dr. Amit Thakur, Professor from Technocrats Institute of Technology, Bhopal, for presenting the paper titled From Necessity to Choice, Harnessing Responsible AI for an Inclusive, Sustainable AI-Powered Gig Economy in India. Mr. Suryadev Singh, Research Scholar, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, for presenting the paper on title Impact of AI on Organization Efficiency with special reference to gig workers. For technical session 3, Prakriti Dhakar, Research Scholar and Associate Professor from Department of Humanities and Arts, RNTU, Bhopal, for presenting the paper on topic Impact of the Gig Economy on Employment, Income and Economic Stability in India. Professor Mohammad Aleem, Assistant Professor, Oriental Institute of Science and Technology, Bhopal, for presenting the paper on topic Algorithmic Control and Income Volatility in India's AI-driven gig economy. Ms. Bhagyashri Ray and Dr. Priya Dubey from Sage University, for presenting the paper on topic Work-Life Balance Among Women Employees in Public Sector Banks and its Implications. Diksha Lalwani, Research Scholar, Barkatullah University, Bhopal. Professor Anantika Singh and Dr. Nazia Qureshi from Mittal Institute of Education, Bhopal, presenting paper on topic Big Data Analysis for Sustainability Performance Measurement. Mr. Nilesh Chaudhary, Research Scholar, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, for presenting paper on topic Supply Chain Efficiency. Ms. Neha Sachdev, Research Scholar, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, and Mr. Aditya Vyas, Research Scholar, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, for presenting the paper on topic Beyond Likes and Followers, AI-Powered Digital Marketing and the Micro-Targeting of Gen Z in India's Landscape. For technical session 4, Ritu Rajput and Dr. Sunil Atulkar from Sage University, Kiran Panjwani, Research Scholar, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, for presenting paper on topic The Cost of Fitting In, a Critical Examination of Newer Marketing in Fashion Retail. Mr. Ashutosh Namdev and Dr. Shefali Tripathi, Anushka Jain, Research Scholar, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, for presenting paper on topic Comparative Study between Urban and Rural Consumer Preferences. Next in line, Rahul Sukhwani and Dr. Kriti Saxena from RNTU Bhopal, for presenting paper on the topic Can AI-enabled solar energy solutions illuminate the future of MSMEs? Next, Ayushi Dwivedi from IPER Bhopal, for presenting paper on topic Role of Artificial Intelligence in Enhancing Women's Employment Opportunities in India's Gig Economy. Ananya Sharma, Research Scholar, LNCT Bhopal, for presenting paper on topic Impact of Social Media on Consumer Brand Preference for High and Low Value Product with special reference to gig workers. Last but not the least, Dr. Palak Jain, Faculty SysTech MBA, for presenting paper titled Ethical AI, Data Governance and Worker Protection Frameworks. Proceeding ahead, we are going to acknowledge the best paper presenters. For technical session 1, I request Dr. Supriya Gautam and CE Abhishek Jain to kindly come on the stage and receive their felicitation for the best paper in technical session 1. A huge round of applause for them. For technical session 2, Shivani Namdev and Dr. Sunil Atulkar from Sage University, Bhopal. For technical session 3, Mr. Aditya Vyas. Last but not the least, for technical session 4, Dr. Palak Jain. She's not there. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for doing the honors.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of our heartfelt gratitude and sincere appreciation for his gracious presence, inspiring guidance, and invaluable contributions to this international conference, we would like to present a memento to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Anil Shivani, sir, Officer on Special Duty, Admission and Fees Regulatory Committee, Government of Madhya Pradesh. May I now request to Dr. Amarjeet Singh Khalsa, sir, to kindly present the memento to our esteemed chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this enriching and intellectually stimulating conference, it is time to express our gratitude to all those whose support, guidance, and contributions have made this event a grand success. To propose the vote of thanks, I now have the privilege of inviting Dr. Harish Sudhir Kulkarni, sir, Conference Convener and Head MBA Program, IPER Group of Institutions.
Sir, please, please.
No, from here only. Actually, I really. Sorry for further lingering the point. I was when he was just speaking and the way he was trying to put Kritagyata, I was really touched and had the feeling when I had an interaction with the one great personality and he had one small statement that AI को मैनेज करने के लिए ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस चाहिए, कोई आदमी चाहिए. Have you heard this? And it's none other than Sundar Pichai. So the person who was day and night into AI had this feeling, और वो एक लाइन बोलने में जीवन भर का जो कह सकते हैं अनुभव होता है वो हेम्योपैथ के ड्रॉप की तरह है, 2 बूंद. तो वो जो कृतज्ञता था और कैसे एआई को लाइफ में लेना है, कितना लेना है, अति वर्जते, excess of everything is bad. That's what the point is. So sir, really the way you were saying and I was trying to understand कि वो अपना एक अनुभव जो है, अभी ये कुछ पर्दे के पीछे बोल रहे थे, इनका अनुभव जो है वो 32 साल का है मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 2. हाँ, ऐसे कह रहे हैं तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि वो अनुभव कैसे डाला जाता है. अभी कई बार यंग एज में सोचने में ये लगता था क्या आउट ऑफ टॉपिक और आउट ऑफ रेलेवेंस लोग बातें कर रहे हैं, और हो सकता है कुछ यंग रिसर्चर को यहाँ भी लग रहा होगा कि आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट, कहाँ गिग की बात हो रही थी, कहाँ एआई की बात हो रही थी, कहाँ कृतज्ञता आ गया. कैसे कनेक्ट करें? ये कनेक्टिंग द डॉट इज द एक्चुअल ज्ञान. यही लाइट है, यही जर्नी.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, you said. Thank you a lot. Please, sorry for.
No, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good evening, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, delegates, and my faculty colleagues. On the behalf of Institute of Professional Education and Research, IPER, and Barkatullah University, Bhopal, it is my profound honor to extend our heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for your invaluable contribution to the success today in Second International Conference on Indian Economy Gig Model powered by Artificial Intelligence, a way ahead. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to our chief guest, Dr. Anil Shivani sir, Officer on Special Duty, Admission and Fees Regulatory Committee, Madhya Pradesh AFRC, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Shivani, your insightful address and profound perspective on the pivoted role India plays in the global economic growth have set a perfect tone of this conference. Your expertise and commitment to the field of management are truly inspiring, and we are grateful for your presence here today. Your support to IPER always motivates us to do better day by day. We are also immensely grateful for our guest of honor, Dr. Professor Bijoy Kumar sir, Professor, SSCBS, University of Delhi. Your engaging and thought-provoking keynote speech has provided us with a global outlook on the leadership and economic growth. Your expertise and wisdom has enriched our understanding and have indeed been a great addition to the discussion today. Your mentorship to the IPER is our core strength, sir. A special thanks to all our speakers, panelists, and moderator who have shared their knowledge and expertise with us. Your contribution have sparked meaningful discussion and provided us with a valuable insight into the theme of this conference. We extend our gratitude to the organizing committee, volunteers, and staff members of IPER and Barkatullah University for their unwavering dedication and hard work. Your meticulous planning and seamless execution has made this conference a grand success. We remain grateful for all directors, principal, and head of the various institutions who has always supported IPER endeavors by sending their delegates and for also being present here today. I profoundly thanks all the delegates and participants for your active engagement and enthusiasm. Your presence and participation have greatly enriched and discussed and have made this conference a memorable and impactful event. I now take the opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to Shri Narendra Ravtani sir, Chairman, Chaitanya Shiksha Samiti, parent body of IPER. Shri R.K. Sadhwani sir, Secretary, Chaitanya Shiksha Samiti, our visionary management, for providing this platform to the management of teaching fraternity and supporting the event with all possible resources. I also register an unwavering support and guidance received by our group director, IPER, Dr. Amarjit Singh Khalsa sir, whose ingenuity and relentlessness supports the encouragement to us all at IPER, has made this day possible. I express my deep gratitude to Dr. Mahesh Soni sir, mentor, IPER Executive Council, and Dr. Harsh Sharma sir, mentor, IPER Executive Council, for their valuable inputs and handholding. I also take opportunity to thank all the reviewers for providing their valuable comments in time and for helping in improving the quality of research paper presented in the conference. We remain grateful to all the session chairs and session experts for their valuable contribution and sparing time from their busy schedule. The event like this owes their success to the hard work of the team of determined individuals. I was privileged to work with my conference organizing colleagues, Dr. Tripti Dave, Dr. Amit Tiwari, Dr. Ashish Ghosh, and Dr. Priya Divedi, who has worked shoulder to shoulder to make the event a grand success. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and willingness they have expressed in take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zone. That is the IPER family faculty members and the staff members. As we conclude, let us carry forward the insight and knowledge gained today to contribute positively to the world economic growth, with Indian economy playing a significant role through gig model powered by artificial intelligence, a growth stimulus. Thank you once again, and we look forward for your continued support and participation in the future endeavors. Thank you. Be safe, travel, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Every voice carries an idea, every idea carries a possibility, and every possibility has the power to shape a better tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we formally conclude the valedictory session of the second International Conference on Indian Economy, Gig Model Powered by Artificial Intelligence Way Ahead, organized by IPER Bhopal in association with Barkatullah University. I request everyone present in the auditorium to kindly stand up at their positions in honor of the national anthem.